Okay. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Are we live? Is we here? Are we live? What's up? Boy, oh boy, my hair is getting long, boy. Crazy. Shout out to the real ones. We got Shinigami in the chat. We got Geno in the chat. We live. What's good, y'all? How y'all doing? You know, guys, I'm thinking about switching over to StreamYard. OBS is cool. OBS is nice. I'm appreciative for the services. It is a free service. StreamYard is paid, but I think they have a better user interface. Well, not even a user interface. I think they have a better, like, more sophisticated tools for going live. Like, for example, if you've ever seen or been a part of someone's live and they like comment and then the streamer can bring up the live comment like live on the actual screen. I like that. I like that. And depending on how much it is, I'd pay just to get it because I think it's a really nice feature. I think it's a really nice feature. We got Kai in the chat. What's good, Kai? How you doing, bro? We got Tay in the chat. What's good, Tay? Tay, I'm going to be doing the Amazon stuff either tonight or tomorrow, just as far as switching those pictures. And we're still good to go for Friday. I can send you like 212, I think you said it was. Yeah, something like that. But man, oh man, we've had such a busy last week. Let me tell you guys all that's happened so far. Started reapplying for jobs, so that's good. Mainly into so I've actually been looking for data center jobs because right now I work at a data center, but I could be making more money essentially. So I'm looking for companies that will offer me or give me more money, right? So that's number one. But number two, we have gotten back into applying for IT jobs, which means it's time to start studying again. Oh man, that's not going to be fun. Not excited for that, but it is what it is. You know, if you ever plan to get ahead or get anywhere in this world and put in effort and work, it's going to take that time. It's going to take that study time, that time to, you know, actually get in there and learn the shit and apply yourself. So back to studying. That's going to be annoying. It's going to throw off my routine, which means I'll either have to sacrifice live time, which I've already been doing, content creation time as far as making videos or writing scripts. Oh, balloons. We love it, which I've already been doing, and gym time, which I've already kind of been doing. So the gym has now slowed down from 3 days a week to 1.5 times a week. That's ass. That's terrible. No excuses. Actually, well, no excuses, right? But like no excuses at all. That's terrible. That's terrible. So, on the brighter side, though, of things that have been going on, aside from work, aside from me and my wife, I was about to say fiance / girlfriend, aside from me and my wife getting ready to move, we are getting ready to move. We'll be moving out in about 2 weeks to a place called Silver Spring, Maryland, which is about, like, I want to say that's like maybe 45 minutes to an hour away from where we are now. But it'll be 30 minutes to 45 minutes closer to both of our jobs. So I work in Virginia. She works in like Bethesda. So the move will help us both right now as far as commute time to work. Because like I said, right now, guys, I lie to you not. I literally wake up at 3:20, 3:30-ish, and I stay awake for 30 minutes to make sure I don't oversleep. I use that time to get ready. I brush my teeth, you know, face all that stuff. And I'm out of the house by 4:10. Wake up at 3:30. I'm out of the house by 4:10. And then I am there from 6 to 2:30. I lie to you not, guys. It is on a good day. On a good day, it is an hour and 15 minutes. No, not even a good day. That is the best possible day on a good day. Ordinarily, my drive home is 2 hours. I lie to you not, guys. I could travel from Maryland to Pennsylvania almost every commute day I go because my drive home is 2 hours. It's actually crazy. So when we finally move, that'll definitely cut down on that'll free up a lot of my time. Because even right now, today, guys, I got here at like 5:30. And I'm like, all right, bet. What do I need to do? I got to take out the trash because it was thinking. So I took out the trash. So I was like, cool. What else I got to do? I got to shower. I haven't showered since yesterday because been busy, right? I haven't showered. Got to go hop in the shower. Got to look good on live. So, we did that. What else I got to do? I got to prepare for the live. What are we going to talk about? What do we want to discuss? What do we want to do? So I had to mentally prepare for that. And it's like, it's not enough time. I could have pushed it back to 6:30, but I was like, nah, let's do 6 o'clock. Let's do 6 o'clock. Now, getting to the good use. Well, I don't want to say good use of my time, because all uses of my time I feel like are good uses of my time. Y'all want to know something else too, guys? Real quick before we get, because I like this, right? Talking to you guys, that is. I've cut out video games completely. I pretty much cut out all forms of video games. I've been on even my phone. I've been on Clash Royale maybe twice. And that's just so I don't get kicked out of my clan. Oh yeah, the balloons. Yes, nice. I've been on Clash Royale like twice. And that's so I don't get kicked out of my clan. Will it make the heart? Will it make the heart for me? Hey, there we go. Yeah. I've been on Clash Royale twice. I have not played Rainbow Six Siege. I love that game. I have not played Helldivers 2. I like that game. I have not played For Honor. That game will always have a special place in my heart because of the bonds and fun times me and my friends built together. Let me put this on mute real quick. Hold up. 1 second. Okay. What else do I play that I haven't played? I just have not been playing Xbox. All my time has been going to something productive. And I'm actually proud to say that. Even if I am missing the gym, all my time is going to something productive. I can definitely say that shit. I can without a doubt say that. It's either going to working on some type of creative thing, content creation, music, whatever it is. It's either going to something study-wise, because I still read books in between all this stuff. Because I feel like if you don't read books, you don't stay sharp. And if you're not sharp, you can get caught out there. Don't like to get caught out there. Spending time with my wife, which is like an activity / a application / a, you know what I'm talking about, right? So all that stuff, it's just been keeping me extremely busy. Now, getting to the things that I've been investing time in that I've wanted to do that we've made good progress on. So you guys will be happy to know the Kimimaro video is done. Yes, the Kimimaro video is done, getting edited right now. Shout out to my boy the Saint. Not that Saint tape, by the way, but yes, shout out to the Saint. That video is done, getting edited right now. Soul Society, or One Piece Straw Hats versus Soul Society, that video has been done. I think I mentioned this 1 or 2 streams ago. My editor actually lost the file, or his thing was corrupted. Whatever it was, he was off Fiverr for like at least a month and a half to 2 months, and he couldn't get in contact with me. I couldn't get in contact with him, but I didn't want to, because we have a good relationship. I didn't want to cancel the order either, because I was like, this is very out of the ordinary. He's probably either going through something or he's lost contact or whatever it is. But he reached out to me around, I want to say around like a week and a half ago. He started back up that video. So we should have 2 more videos coming out. The Bleach scaling, AAA scaling has been going good but slow. And the reason it's going good is, of course, because every day that I'm making progress towards it is a good day. But it's really slow because I decided to start the Bleach scaling in the middle of the series. And I probably shouldn't have did that, but part of me was just like, do I care about the Soul Society arc feats? But then I was like, well, if there are feats that happen within the Soul Society that I'm not accounting for, that could really throw off the entire scaling chain. It really could, depending on how you do it. Like AAA scaling a series from start to finish is actually the most accurate way to get the series' strength. It's actually, it's going to give you the best representation of how strong a series is. And so with me starting in the middle, it's like, all right, I have grounds that I can use, but what if Byakuya's feat in the Soul Society is something they was already... What if Byakuya's feat in the Soul Society is already a AP feat that they're just now doing in Hueco Mundo? Well, then now we have to account for that and say, well, okay, well, the bare minimum was all the way back here, so therefore it can't be this low. You know what I mean? So, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You guys see what I'm saying. So it's been going good, but slow. Where we are right now is I finally got the full Blade volume for Zangetsu. And I think what I'll do is I'll release like maybe 5 to 10 minute videos on smaller parts of the scaling. Yeah, on smaller parts of the scaling. For example, Ichigo destroying Jidambo's axes cratering how much earth he did. Chad tanking some steel beams and stuff like that. Yeah, so I'll go kind of slow with that. And then the heavier stuff will be like full episode / full videos. Like the Hueco Mundo arc, cool. The Arrancar arc, cool. And Fate Katakura Town, cool. All that stuff will be like full on things. Okay, what else? You guys have been hearing me talk about this presentation. You guys have been hearing me talk about this presentation. This presentation so far, give you guys a little taste, or not even a taste per se, but it's called the chakra scaling problem in Naruto. That's what it is, the chakra scaling problem in Naruto. So for this, we're up to around 43 slides. 40. I know it's going to go here. So 44 slides we're up to right now, 44. And I can tell you there's a lot more to go. Because this presentation is essentially a culmination of every bad argument, every misrepresented aspect about the power system, every agenda every agenda scaling filled argument you could have with the power system, all rolled into one. We touch on like whatever you can probably think of. I'm probably going to be touching on it a little bit. So really, really happy about this. Really happy about how well it's come out. I'm going to warn you right now. I'm going to warn you guys right now. Like, my audience is mainly 24-year-olds to 35-year-olds. That's my main audience. And that's good. That's a good thing. Because I'm not here for the fucking kids. I'm not here for teenagers. I'm not here for kids. This presentation is going to be a lot of reading. A lot of words. I put pictures in there. I put manga panels in there just so like to keep people's attention. But I really wanted to just fill the screen with typing and shit like that. That's what I wanted to do. But I was like, nah, they ain't going to stay with me if I do that. Let me chill out. So we have a variety of, some pictures here and there. We have some pictures here and here. We got a video in the middle of it. We got some reference pictures here, some pictures here, so we're, I'm trying to make it for everybody, but y'all, I swear to God, I was about to go off because you gotta understand every slide that I add a picture to is a slide I can't add as much words to, which extends it, of course, which I like because I don't mind this being long at all. I have no problem with it being long. You guys are definitely going to enjoy it. You guys will enjoy it. And here's the thing about it. If you've been with me for any length of time, this won't necessarily be new information. Now, don't get me wrong. You will get some new information in this shit. I promise you that. You will learn something. Something new, that is. Something I probably haven't said. Maybe. I don't know. And here's the thing. I've been going so damn far. I don't even remember what's all in this presentation. I'm not going to lie to you. Like, by the time I'm done, the first slide through the 20th slide, I might not have no knowledge of, and I'll have to be like freestyling it low key, right? So I'm really excited about that. That's going to be really fun. That's going to be really fun. Where is my, oh yeah, chat. Okay, cool. Let me get the chat because I've been yapping a lot. It's 6:15. All right. Where we at? Keno says, I've been VC debating on Roblox a lot. Okay. VC debating on Roblox. What do they be talking about on Roblox? Is it anime? Is like there is there an anime or a debating / power scaling room or chat in Roblox? Because from what I understand, Roblox has everything. From what I understand, like they have rooms for just everything: crypto, trading, mining, whatever you want. Roblox pretty much has it. I just beat this Geo first last night. Took 76 hours and 26 to FO minutes. I don't know. Kai, what is that? Is that a game, bro? I have no idea what that is. This Gea. I don't know what that is, bro. Finally, a stream that isn't at 8 a.m. Yeah, no bullshit, bro. No bullshit. But hey, y'all gotta, don't lie. Them 8 a.m. streams be kind of lit. I be getting y'all more than lit. Dr. Strangle, he usually streams during this time and transitions to something at 8. Yeah, that's true. And actually, good on you for catching that, Keno, because the plan is to watch some video. We'll watch a video, go over a thread, and then switch over to Boruto from 8 to 10. That's the goal for tonight. So he's actually very correct. We're going to probably be doing this particular stream till around 8 o'clock and then switch to Boruto. 2 commutes is crazy. Isn't it crazy, bro? I be so tired, y'all. I be so drained. It's like, you got a choice, bro. You can hit the gym for like an hour and a half. You'll be tired. Then you got to shower, eat, go to bed. Or you can come home, lock in on your laptop, send a few applications, and then start scaling some shit. Oh boy. And I love me some scaling some shit. So a lot of the times I be coming home and just scaling. I just be coming home and reading. Like, hold up, guys. Like, any serious YouTube power scaler has a tab like this. Look, we got the Bleach raws here. If it'll load. Yeah. So we got the Bleach raws here. Like, and I always tell you guys, it's always better to have 2 interpretations of the text, right? Like the raw, like the old style raw, and then you can have the modern too, because depending on what's being said, certain words and phrases might get switched out, and certain words and phrases might not be consistent with what actually happened. And so when you have a discrepancy like that, what I like to do is I like the best. If I don't have access to the actual Japanese, I like to use the anime dubbed and sub. Whatever one is more closely aligned with that one, that's probably the one I'll go with if there's a discrepancy here. But having both of these helps, right? And like I said, every serious scaler, forget YouTuber, right? Every serious scaler definitely has a tab that is just dedicated to one or if not more anime all at the same time. And you might be like, Ab-Stract, you got 4 things of Bleach just now. Why do you need all that shit? Because sometimes I need to be cross-referencing what's being said here, what's being said here. Does this align with that? Does this align with that? And I need to see 4 things at once. I need to flip back between. Hashira versus Madara chapter. Gotta find that sometimes. Batoto. Oh yeah. So yeah. Naruto stuff. Naruto stuff. Here we go. We was talking about Gata, right? Kimimaro. Here we go. Patreon. We're gonna be doing that later, probably. 7 Deadly Sins stuff. This is when I talk to Nirvana Ignil's crazy ass, because that nigga crazy. Let me stop. Hey, yo, one of these days, and shout out my boy Ig. I'm of course just joking with him. But one of these days, y'all, I'm going to go through, or hopefully or maybe we both can. That'll be fun. That might be fun. I'm going to go through some of me and Ig's chats. Because I think me and Ig's chats are really, like, interesting. They're so interesting because we both have such different and varying viewpoints on how to scale. and a lot of times he be trying to like, yo, Ab-Stract, why don't you do it like this? And I'm like, bro, Triple AP won't let me. He's like, but no, it makes sense. I'm like, not over here, don't, bro. Like, we can't be doing that. One of these days, I'm gonna go over some of me and Igno's conversations. Shout out to Ig. I haven't seen him in a long time. I hope he's doing good. And of course, we got One Piece. Where did we leave off on One Piece? I think we were talking Skypiea. No, why did I say Skypiea? Oh, I was definitely not at Kaido. Oh, I must have been looking up this. I must have been looking at this for when me and my twin brother were talking about some stuff. I know Momonosuke ain't hurting Kaido. Oh boy. Let me stop. And then of course we got Boruto. Right? We got Boruto. More Boruto. Because I had a reference something from the Momo fight. Hashirama versus Madara up. More Naruto. And then we got the OG style Naruto. I'm trying to tell y'all, man, keep your different translations on deck. It'll come in handy. Man. Anyways, where we at? ADS. Aim down sights. What's good, Karibo? On my computer, Clash Royale. Oh man, yeah, no. Neat. Now that's a game I haven't heard of in a while. No, I love Clash Royale. It's just like I really don't have the time. Even though it's a mobile game, I legit don't have the time to like lock in. I don't know the last time I completed a season ladder. I really don't know the last time. It would have had to been 2 months ago at this point. I'm going to have to cut out games for a week or two because I'm traveling to family in moving states, and I've been loving Final Fantasy IX and debating friends on Roblox. Okay, that's dope. Yeah, no, to lock in, bro, definitely cut out video games if you can help it, right? Because there are some people who say addicted. I don't really believe in that for the most part. I always believe it's mind over matter. I think once you know what an addiction is and you realize you can quote unquote be addicted, I think it's a choice at that point. I think you can only be addicted to something if you don't know about it. If you don't know what addiction is, you don't know you are, then you can be addicted. But if you have all the information on something and you know what it is, at this point you're choosing to do it. You can't blame. No one's forcing you to do. Play it. No one's forcing you, right? So at that point, it's just mind over matter, in my opinion at least. It's funny that you were reading books because I'm reading Sherlock Holmes. I don't read Sherlock Holmes. And I think we might have had a little conversation about this, Shinigami. I don't think you liked the Benedict Cumberbatch version of Sherlock Holmes. Is that correct? I remember us maybe talking about that a little bit. I love that version. That version was so fun to me. It was so nice. But no, Sherlock Holmes is dope. I swear, the more I consume content related to smart characters, the more I feel like I know less. That might be true. You said you know less. Okay, yeah, I can see that. Fire, good getting on. Kimimaro done. Yes, thank you. Appreciate you. In the middle, you mean Wekumuno or the Fullbring arcs? Kai, I am still in Wekumuno. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm still in Wekumuno because. The choice is this. The choice is continue on and finish Hueco Mundo or start at when Ichigo gets his powers versus Kisuke and Jidambo. And so it's one of those two. Those are the only two options that I'm getting right now. Yeah. I have no idea how Zalius did this. But I understand why it took him several years to complete Naruto. This shit is not easy. Well, there is that Ichigo and Byakuya feat where the two clash swords and dispersed some clouds. Oh, I didn't know they had a sky-splitting feat. The Soul Sailor arc feats are just introductions. Nothing major really happens, but every human world member getting dogged on and Ichigo being Ichigo. Yeah, true. Let me see what else is there off the top of my head. I would love to see how you do your calcs. I could bring Bleach up on my priority list and have my calcs easy to transition into how you use them. Yeah, dope. That'd be fire. And yeah, Dr. Stringo. I pretty much just follow Zalius's method and the examples he set out through his videos, but also, in our Discord talking to Vector, Syntax that is, he's been given a lot of good advice for area versus volume, contact area versus, okay, what's being affected and how to actually do that and stuff like that. So if, like, for example, I can show you guys this one because I don't mind. Actually, no. Actually, if you are in the Discord, bro, so you should you can actually see this because it's not a secret or anything. Let me pull it. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. So yeah, for example, I asked Michael to help me with a project. If you guys remember, I asked him on stream. I was like, "Hey, Michael, can you help me get in the volume for Ichigo's sword?" So he did this. He got the blade width. He got the blade length. He got the tip. He got the tip length. But he was having problems finding like volume and stuff like that. So I was like, all right, bet. Let me take the dimensions. I was like, let me take those dimensions and see if I can like do something else with it. And so through the power of AI, right, I had it take his information, plug it into there, and essentially just I essentially just iterated over and over and over again until it was getting to the specs I thought were most in line or more correct. And so, of course, whenever I do something like this, I got to ask, I'm like, hey, I've been working on this. How's it looking? You know what I mean? Michael says, holy shit, that's comprehensive. So I'm going to ask probably Vec personally too. But for example, for the Jadambo axe things, what I'll be doing is, we know Ichigo's blade is pretty big. Well, it's as long as him. It's a pretty fucking big blade. It's as long as him. We also know every cubic centimeter, every centimeter, the whole length of the sword will not make 100% contact with whatever is hitting. So I was like, okay, cool. Because there are a lot of examples in the series where Ichigo's blade only makes like a little bit of contact with someone. Think about when he first runs into Grimmjow and Grimmjow blocks, or Ichigo hits around this S3 area to S2. And Grimmjow easily blocks it. My question would be like, okay, cool. Well, if we know Ichigo's AP, how much force is Grimmjow no-selling at this point? Because that shit I'm interested in. Aside from just how much you can blow up and just how strong your Getsugas is, and I want to know how strong are your basic attacks. I feel like that might have been missing from the Naruto triple AP scaling. Don't get me wrong, Zalius started off with it in like part 1 of Naruto, but he didn't really bring that more forward. And I can understand why, because there weren't really a lot of feats necessarily. Really only Sakura and Tsunade, so I can understand why. But for this, Bleach is a series that has a lot of casual feats with swords being done. A lot of casual feats with just energy, a lot of casual feats with just, very small volume and very small contact. So I'm curious about those things. So when I get to Ichigo versus Grimmjow, and I have a baseline for, okay, cool, this is how much he's striking with. Kenpachi can cut down a building in half and the whole thing fall. Kenpachi, da-da-da-da-da-da, Ichigo, da-da-da-da-da. Okay, cool. How much is Grimmjow no-selling? Cool. How much is Dordoni no-selling? Cool. How much is Noitora? You know what I mean? And then this will get even smaller because this isn't even his Bankai. This is just his Zangetsu Shikai, or this is just his, full release state. This is just his base, basically. So yeah, that's one example of how I'll be doing it. But for the most part, bro, it's going to be pretty standard. And here's the thing. I don't know if I'll have the time to go in as deep as I want to, pause, or not. I don't know, depending on how you take that, right? I don't know if I'll have the time. So what I also might do is I'll certainly be relying on other calcs out there, but I'm of course going to be vetting them through the triple AP process and standards. I'm going to be vetting them, of course. I don't just use any calc. And all this stuff will actually be explained when I start to do the videos. I have a whole rule list that I'm abiding by for when I do the scaling for this. So it's going to be fun. It's definitely going to be fun. Oh, wait. Where we at? Yeah. All right. What else we got? Oh, absolutely. Just continue talking, man. Drawing some more. Got you. Fucking ads. Ab-Stract, do you want to commission a vid? Ooh. Ooh. Commission a vid, you say? Tempting. Hit me up in the DMs, bro. Hit me up in the DMs. Is this going to be why chakra does not equal inherent increase in strength. Very perceptive of you, Dr. Strangle. So I would say at its most fundamental level, yes. At its most fundamental level, but we cover I say we as in like me, you guys in the chat, because you guys are on this journey with me. But yeah, we cover so much more than does chakra equal stats. I think, like, don't get me wrong, that's the basis of it, and that is the first couple things. But after we get through that, you got to understand, these Naruto guys, and I don't like saying that because it sounds pejorative. It sounds like I'm talking down on them. I hate that I have to say this. I'm a Naruto fan. What I'll say is this. These bad faith, agenda scaling Naruto scalers will say and do anything if it means the wanking and the furthering of Naruto. I'm not with that. Because I don't do that for Bleach. So you're not going to do it for Naruto. I'm going to be on your head. I'm going to have my foot on your neck. We're not doing that. So yeah, we cover chakra equaling stats. We cover scaling to ninjutsu. We cover scaling to chakra. We cover weapons. We cover weapon enhancement. Already did that though. We cover durability as it relates to Naruto. Already did that though, but we're going to be doing it again. And more. All these things and more. With in-canon series examples. In-series examples, canon examples, logic, and reasoning. But yeah, this is aptly called the chakra scaling problem because that's literally what these people are doing. That's what these guys are doing. And it all starts from a fundamental misunderstanding of chakra. But the sick part is when you have people that know it's a misunderstanding but still push the agenda and they hope people don't find out. That's the sick thing. Because you'd have to realize, all right, cool. If I know this and Dr. Strangle knows this and John DeMaven knows this, well then someone in the Naruto community that's peddling this stuff has to know this. But they don't say anything. They don't speak up. They never right the wrong. Interesting. Maybe I got to give you a little push, a little kick. So yes, it'll start off heavily with chakra equaling stats. We're going to break that all the way down. We're going to break down, we are going to, what's the word? We are going to mollywop Newton's third law. I'm so tired of hearing that. I'm so tired of hearing that thing misused, misunderstood, because, my gosh. I get so hyped talking about it because it's like so annoying. But yeah, we're gonna have fun with this presentation. I think I'll do it in video format, and I think we'll do it live as well. Why not? Let's double dip. Why not? Okay, cool. Now, we do need to talk about some videos that have been circulating around. Some videos that I've been tagged in. Shout out to Shinigami. Shout out to Luna Ursa. I was told to check out Sage's new Genjutsu video. Apparently he privated the old one, which is absolutely fine. I didn't really watch the old one anyway. Didn't think it had anything in it that was countering anything I said. But apparently this is a new updated one. I'm not gonna lie, and this is just my assumption, right? I haven't seen this video, but I know the order and the current events of things. This is what happened. I uploaded my Genjutsu video. It did, how many views did that do? Hold up. It's okay. It did numbers in a very short period for me, right? It did numbers in a very short period of time for me. Circulated on Twitter. People made debunks about it. Sage already had a video out or coming out. He put that one out. I think he was linked to my video, and I believe he made this video not in a direct refutation or debunk, but as a rebunk to his old video addressing claims that were in my video. I don't know that for sure. I can't prove that. I just know the order of events and how they happened. Ab-Stract put out a video. Sage had a video out not too long ago, or not too like, long after mine. His video did not address my main arguments, which means Genjutsu still doesn't work. A new video comes out. So that's all I can say. I don't know for sure. I'm not accusing no one of nothing. That I only know the events and how they happen. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. It's funny because Sage basically validated some of your arguments, to be honest, though. It's funny he tries to be selective. I believe it. I'm watching you on phone and TV. Hey, Kino, let's go, bro. That's fire. I appreciate that. Hey, if you want to show some real love, watch me on your phone, your TV, your laptop, your iPad mini, your Firefox. Watch me everywhere, right? Make me a virus. Make me go viral type shit. But no, I appreciate that, bro. I appreciate that, really. No, by the way, Sage does it indirectly. I believe it. Bro, not helping with my ADHD. We all on Unk status. No, that's a fact, bro. That's a fact. Not gonna lie, I would watch this even if it was 2 hours. Dope. I appreciate that. It's anime and power scaling debate on podiums. Oh, okay. So I've seen that on TikTok where people will like bring up people to the podium and they're like, hey, spell this. And if they get the word wrong, they'll literally kick them out or they'll get like blocked or something like that. That's interesting. Never played Roblox. Never played Minecraft. Not my generation. I'm more, Halo, Call of Duty, Assassin's Creed. Roblox seems dangerous for all ages if you aren't careful. I've heard that too, Karibo. I've heard that too. Roblox can be extremely predatory for the young people, and it can be extremely predatory for old people in the sense that, like, they're banking on the fact that you will pay actual money to, in-game currency and stuff like that. I mean, you can say that's all games, but apparently Roblox has, like, a high rate of that happening. Ab-Stract, you saw my thing related to Genjutsu or for Aizen versus Itachi. I'm pretty sure I saw your thing related to Genjutsu, if it's not like super new. The Aizen versus Itachi one, I still have to review that one. That's the one in our DMs. I will review that one. I remember baiting this dude on Roblox. His main premise was that the Bleach realms are only one universe. I held him off on it for a while until I realized it doesn't matter because the realms are. So it's supposed to be parallel anyway. And here's the thing with that. You can debate that the Bleach realms are one big fucking universe. You can actually debate that, and the 3 universe argument can still exist. The three universe argument can still exist because we understand that the Garganta is the most subtle layer of existence. And well, I want to preference that by saying that's if you think or believe that the primeval waters are their own separate layer or the very first layer. Now, I happen to believe that the primeval waters are their own distinct separate layer outside of the Garganta. You can't access them. You can't get to them. Theoretically, they don't even exist. That's what I believe. After that, you'd have the Garganta. Then you would have the Dangai, Precipice World. I think it's the Precipice World. Yeah. Garganta, Precipice World, and then each individual universe within that sphere of creation. So yes, you could argue for one big universe containing smaller universes inside of it. You definitely could. I'm trying to find raw Japanese scans for the manga online, but they're difficult to find. Ayo, Kai, bro, who you telling, Kai? Kai, listen, I've literally spent like maybe 5 hours looking for credible sources online for Japanese raw, for the old English dub raw, bro. It'd be so crazy. And then a lot of the times for some weird reason, and I don't know why I haven't done this yet, because I could just download all the scans, and then I'd never have to like go look outside of my own downloads. That's just too much energy, too much work. But for some reason, sites like Batato and Naruto, something, Bleach, something, they all get taken down. It's annoying pirated sites. It's so annoying, bro. I hate that stuff. Try Magnify. Manga Fire. Okay, I'll try that. Working memory index feet. Clyde Eisen versus Itachi video is pretty funny. He reaches for the moon. That video is too long for me, number one. I don't know if I want to watch that. I'm also not confident in... I'm also not confident in its entertainment factor. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if I care enough about enough about Itachi and Aizen. They're just so far apart from me. I just don't care about that conversation. Okay, I searched through everything and I barely found something that proves Itachi needs cognitive ability to make the illusions. But for like Google Chrome tabs, I gotta agree. Use Manga Fire and Manga Dex when scaling a manga, but I always have power scaling metric model open as well. That's dope. I'm seriously thinking of making my own scaling videos or slideshows simply because I have too much skills for this off-brand ass Android. Nah, that's a fact, bro. Do it. Unironically, Momo biting Kaido is great evidence of Kaido's Dough fruit not getting stronger over the years, which might be one of the few ways to connect the old era and the current. Interesting. Well, I'll say this. I was trolling to get my twin brother mad. I don't know if Momo heard him or not, but that's an interesting thought. Bro, I need games for inspiration. I'm locking in, sure, but I also need it for creativity. Got you. We got Neo in the chat. What's good, Neo? Does it really matter what the volume is of a Zanpakuto, considering they can swing blades the size of skyscrapers, stated by Ishin himself? You know what? That's a good point, because then the question becomes, if the blade is the size... Well, actually, no. It's twofold, and I'll have to address this when I do Bleach videos, too. Bleach has its own spiritual logic. It has its own spiritual logic. That's going to have to be addressed. Because when I start talking about humans interacting with spirits, and you guys have already seen my video as for the Bleach power system, that's going to have to be factored in as a scaling point. It's going to have to be factored in as a scaling point. When I start talking about light in the Bleach realms and how just because it's coming from the Soul Society wouldn't make it unnatural light, that is, it'd still be natural light to the natural organisms that live in that fucking dimension. I don't know how we get to this spot where we say, it's spiritual light. I'm sorry, these are spiritual fucking beings. They live on a spiritual goddamn planet. What are you talking about, spiritual light? What do you mean? It's not natural. Yes, the fuck it is. To the people that live over it, it's absolutely natural. What do you mean? So that's the stuff I'm talking about. Because you'll have people say, well, prove that the light is... prove its light speed because it's not a natural light. It's using spiritual light. It's not using photons. Listen, not any other, right? Under normal circumstances, I would agree with you. Sadly, the world of the living and the Soul Society are not only parallels, but their matter would work the same for the most part. Just as far as like the physics of sunlight and wind and water and stuff like that, right? Of course, in the real world, you can't deconstruct the matter and you can't do all that stuff that they can do in the Soul Society. But the basic elements, why are we going to question the basic elements? So like when it rains, it's not water. Well, no, it is water in the Soul Society. That should be killing me, bro. It's actually crazy. So to answer your question though, Kai, I think it's a yes and no. And that actually might have to be something I address because the thing is this, for AAAP, it does somewhat matter, but for the logic of the verse, maybe not so much. You bring up the Ishin point is a really good point. The fact that he is suppressing his Zanpakuto doesn't actually make it any more stronger, right? Ishin wasn't saying because I'm making my Zanpakuto into the length of a katana, it's now stronger. That's not what he's saying. He's saying that if we didn't shrink them, this is how big they would be. But that wouldn't take away from its potency. So let me add that to my notes, actually, bro. That was a really good point. Bleach scaling Zanpakuto size. That was a really good point. And honestly, I really hate you, Kai, because all the work I just got for Ichigo's goddamn sword goes out the window if I decide to go that route. So, fuck you, but thank you. All right, I'm almost caught up. I know I am. Okay. I use both swords and notebooks. Dude, Bleach characters, particularly Soul Reapers, are planetary when they remove the cap on their powers and go completely gung-ho. The strongest character in Naruto and Boruto is barely moon level. We got John DeMaven in the chat. Shout out, John. Hey, I'm late. How we doing? We doing good, bro. We doing good. Just chopping it up before we watch Sage's video. Preach, especially when arguing for Naruto. EGP? Naruto One Piece. Okay, got you. Exactly. By 1,000 Year Blood or Orihime can counter planetary attacks in which most Naruto have no answer for. Also, Ab-Stract, do you have Naruto merchandise? I do not have any Naruto merchandise. I feel like I had the headband, like the leaf headband, as a kid. I always wanted the Akatsuki robe, but niggas was poor, so we didn't get it. But I don't have any Naruto merch. Naruto is very low planetary. Yo, we got Grid in the... Oh, shit. Oh, man. Thank you, Grid. Oh, my gosh, bro. And the thing is, Grid, I came prepared this time, bro. I be getting so wrapped up in the conversation. I'll be forgetting. There we go. Blue light glasses on. Protects against radiation, guys. If you're staring at computer screens all day, buy you some blue light glasses. All right. Shout out to Grid. I need Rev. Where the fuck is Rev? Someone find me Rev, bro. I hope he's good. It sucks that I have to constantly scrutinize over every single thing a Naruto fan says. I feel like I need to be Shinji with eyes in around them. No one is honest in debates. I'll tell you that for sure, especially VC debates. People grant for everything. Yeah, VC debates are interesting. And I always wonder because I've talked to people on TikTok. That's probably the most frustrating thing. In my head, there's so much foundational work that's messed up that by the time we actually get to who's stronger, we've spent 6 hours debating if you know how chakra works. Oh my God. We spent 4 to 6 hours debating if we can agree on how chakra works. And the thing that really sucks about Naruto is you can find just as many, or you can interpret, I should say, to your benefit, certain arguments that would make it seem like the chakra scaling argument is correct. That is probably the most annoying thing about debating Naruto. It has just enough BS in it, pause, right? And I'm not saying the work or the series is BS. I'm talking about how these scalers use the content. It has just enough in there for them to make somewhat of an argument. But the minute you actually start factoring in things like, okay, cool. Is this the most consistent thing here? Okay, cool. Is this the most accurate representation of how the power is in the series and how it's being used? Okay, cool. But it's really hard to get them on that logic train. Number one, because even when you're just debating someone, they state multiple points. You got to rebuttal multiple points. You got to remember that shit. You got to sometimes write it down. Then there's tangents within those conversations, so you can't really get through the whole thing. So a lot of the times I just be like, I don't know if it's worth it. I don't know if it's worth it. Really. Okay, interesting. What's good? We got JJ in here. What's good, JJ? I mean, pretty much. Oh, yeah, you definitely started, or at least catalyzed a wave on this topic. I think Eon got involved too. Oh, yeah, really? That's what's up. I appreciate that. That's good. What new clowns we watching today? What new clowns we watching today? Crody? Crody. Is that Kendrick? Does Kendrick say Crody? That's the cat, right? That's Drake's cat, isn't it? I think it's Drake's cat, at least. I don't want to call Sage a clown. I don't think he's a clown. Oh, I'll say this. I'll say this, right? There is a funny ass conversation that's been going on Twitter for the last couple of days, bro. My man Hardy and Sage have been going at it, and I've just been following the conversation via bookmarks. Let me see if I could find it real quick. We're not going to go through it right now, but hold up, bro. Yeah, so Sage and Hardy have been going at it for days. As you see, this is May 23rd, where it starts. I think where it starts. Let me see if I can find the first one. No. Oh, I'd have to go back. Okay. Yeah. We are going to review this. I don't know when. I'll have to get all the things in order, but we're going to review this just because I'm going to get a kick out of it. And it's a lot funner reviewing conversations I'm not a part of because then I don't have any stake in it necessarily, right? Don't get me wrong. I'll still be picking apart both sides and whatnot, but I don't have any stake in it. I don't need to go hard. I can just enjoy the conversation and point things out. So that's always really fun. We got Michael in the chat. What's good, Michael? What is happening tonight? We're going to be watching Sage's video on Does Genjutsu Work Crossverse. I really should start actually now because it is a 30-minute video. But yeah, people keep overhyping the 3 planets. Overhyping or misunderstanding? If that's the case, then Bleach's universe is way bigger than our own, and Naruto's combined, especially Dragon Ball's universe, which is smaller. Ooh, I didn't know dragons are smaller, though. I have TikTok slideshow I want to send you. He also uses Canva, and my friend talked to him on call as well. He's pretty good, but he scales like anyone else other than us. Okay. Got you. Oh, you know, send it over, bro, definitely. Excuse me. Manga Pill should have JP scans, I think, but also NSFW ads. So care. Okay. Got you. All right. So I've tried to look for those on Manga Pill. I'll look again, but usually I just find like the updated ones. I usually don't find like the raw old ones. That means Ichigo has way more output force and range than a lot of anime characters out there. So Ichigo planetary plus an AP in low multiversal range and output. We'll see. Can Itachi even hang with Shinji's Genjutsu? Can Itachi hang with Shinji's Genjutsu? Well, JJ, Shinji doesn't do Genjutsu, but yeah. Sage's Genjutsu video starts off super sketchy. The series nor data books never explain how Genjutsu works, but these obscure sources do. I like a Naruto quiz book, like apparently if you want to. Yeah, let's get into it. Supplementary material for scaling characters is a damn cancer. I swear to God. Itachi Genjutsu destroys Shinji. Oh, hey, seeing lots of familiar faces here. Nice, one smart. Thanks for your comment. I'll respond soon. Are we talking about people? See, you know, I think what it is, John, me and you cross promote a lot. And I appreciate that a lot, bro. I appreciate that a lot. I think it's really good to, give each other a boost, shout each other out, especially if the work's good. By the way, I meant to say this too. Hold up. Hold up. We an hour and 46 in. If you guys haven't seen this, lock in and listen to this real quick. If you guys have not seen John DeMaven's Misunderstanding Pain versus Itachi, go check it out. I lie to you not. I want to say 30 minutes into this video, I concluded that I don't need to do a data book video. I really don't need to. Not only does Dr. Strangle have one, which we are still going to review Dr. Strangle. I haven't forgotten about that, bro. Just give me time. We're going to review that. Not only does, his content exist out there, right? But John's video breaks down so well. I don't want to say the flaws of the data book or anything like that, but how when using the data book out of context and not putting what happened in the story into proper context, how that can lead to bad scaling in general. This video, and I was actually thrown for a loop because I thought it was going to be more presentation style. This video is like really, really comprehensive, really, really good. The pacing's really, really good. Panels everywhere. Dope video so far. I'll be doing my notations after the second watch because I'm watching most of this, John, when I'm at work and stuff like that. So I'll probably have to watch this again, come back and do notations there. But this joint is a masterpiece. I can see why it took so long because this is 3 hours and 30 minutes damn near. I can see why it took so long. He's going over the entire Noodles versus Raikage debate and essentially picking apart both sides' arguments, correcting them when needed, filling in gaps when needed, giving context, which is extremely important when needed. And it's a really good video. Check this video out, y'all. Check this video out. All right, let me catch up. Then we're going to get right into it. Boy, oh boy. Let me just scroll down, actually, because I don't know if I'll have all the time. We got Luna Ursa in the chat. What's good, love? How are you doing? It's like John said, there's zero in point they think they can clear regardless of its actual veracity. Correct. Yeah, much as I agree with Lightspeed One Piece, some of the arguments for earlier Lightspeed scaling, i.e. Foxy's or Inel's statements, aren't that great. I agree with that. Yeah, Kendrick, LO, because apparently Brody is a blood term. Oh, okay, so Crody. Okay, so okay, gotcha. Okay, hey, John, look at John knowing some South Side stuff. That's what's up. All right. Oh, yeah, it was Foxy. Yeah, Foxy. Okay. I never fully brought the Foxy. Okay, cool. From my recollection, Bleach never makes distinction between elemental abilities and real elements. So there's a conversation for that too. It comes from I believe it comes from the light novel, or it could have been a data book statement. But either way, I do believe you are correct, Dr. Strangle. The manga never makes a distinction between elements. I'm sorry, hold up. My fault. Are you talking about like keto elements, or are you talking about like the spiritual side of things? Because I would take the spiritual side of elements as a one-to-one. Well, a one-to-one to what they would be experiencing and living. If that makes sense. Like, I'm not going to claim that, okay, like, listen. Yes, their water is 100% made of reishi. But that's what it is because that's what it is in their world. Just like how in the world of the living, their water is 100% made of kishi and a little bit of reishi. Actually, 100% made of kishi and a little bit of reishi. All right. John Glaze. That's crazy. John off scale. Yo, it's not even Glaze though, bro. No, hold up. We ain't doing that. Nah. This video is really good. I'm not just saying that. Shout out to John. This video took a lot of work. It's really good. And real recognize real at the end of the day. That's just what it is. But that is hilarious though. That's ridiculous. That puts him far above any visual prowess in Naruto. Straight up, Kaguya is the only one that compares. You're the best. Thank you. Of course, bro. Of course. Second only to Satoru Gojo, of course. Right. All right. Thanks, brother. Really means a lot. Truly. Anytime, bro. Anytime. You know. Ab-Stract is the most methodological and analytical person in the history of Genjutsu society. That's hilarious. I could be. His critical thinking with his curse technique is unparalleled, allowing him to see through any form of deception. I'm talking about Zanpakuto abilities. Oh, okay. Zanpakuto abilities. Yeah, no. I would say Zanpakuto abilities are 100% manifested from Reiriku / spiritual pressure. I wouldn't say that. I probably wouldn't say there's a one-to-one with those for like Zanpakuto abilities. Now, when we start getting into other abilities like Auswählen, other abilities like Lele's attacks, then we can start maybe talking. If I remember correctly, there's a hollow, I think clicker or something like that uses like sound as an attack or something like that. So we can see, but yeah. But okay, cool. We're caught up. Time to watch a video. We got to scale. We got to get into Boruto around 8 o'clock. So let's watch this and try and do that thread. Although we probably won't be able to do all that tonight anyway, but we'll see. We'll see how far we get. Got my glasses on. Got my headphones ready. Let's get it. Okay. Let's get it. And now I got to connect back here to OBS. Why is it paused?
Check this out. I'm going to show you how I afforded this car. Okay, you ready? All right, $118 for car insurance. That's how much I was paying, okay? I picked up the car a few months ago, and watch this. Ready?
Volume's good.
$97 premium.
All right, let's get it, y'all.
$20 were my fees. $118. Now, I covered up my private information, guys.
Genjutsu is one of the most iconic and infamous abilities in the world of Naruto, with Genjutsu being the overarching ability which allows a shinobi to cast illusions, control the opponent's senses, force an enemy to fall asleep, and even dictate their actions for years on end. It's easy to understand why other fandoms would want to remove it from the equation in crossverse discussions.
Here we go. We starting early. We painting the narrative early. I love it.
However, the question we'll be asking and answering today is that fair? More specifically, do the very mechanics of Genjutsu forcibly limit the iconic ability to the chakra-based system within the Naruto world, or does it reasonably work on characters who exist outside of that system? That's exactly what we'll be diving into in this video. In other words, today we'll be exploring, breaking down, and answering the question, does Genjutsu work cross-verse? Shooting for 20K, let's go.
Dope thumbnail.
Before coming to a conclusion as to whether or not Genjutsu works cross-verse, we first need to establish what exactly Genjutsu is. We actually don't get a direct definition for Genjutsu in the manga, but we do in different guides. In the 720 Naruto quiz book, we're told Genjutsu is a technique that inflicts not physical damage, but mental damage. It is often used with the purpose of causing confusion. In the 1 Decade 100 Ninja Guide, Genjutsu is defined as jutsu that utilize illusions to alter the psyche as opposed to the physical body, dragging others into illusory worlds. Finally, in the Show No Show official mini-character book, Genjutsu is described as a type of hypnotic technique used to bewilder the enemy, and a ninjutsu that intervenes in the opponent's mind, controlling their actions and 5 senses. So, for simplicity's sake, I'll take these and synthesize them into one unified definition, with all of the information provided, no more, no less. Here's what I came up with. Genjutsu is a type of ninjutsu that employs illusions to alter the target's perception. It inflicts mental rather than physical damage by manipulating the opponent's mind, dragging them into illusory worlds that cause confusion and bewilderment. By intervening in the opponent's psyche, Genjutsu controls their actions and distorts their 5 senses. Now, what I think is pretty clear is that Genjutsu, at least generally, is a technique that directly attacks the mind, intervening on the mental plane. So we can establish from this that one qualification for Genjutsu working crossverse is that the target must have a mind of some kind. Duh. Now, what I mean by mind is generally what's going to be meant by mind in fiction and in our general conversations. It's the ethereal thing that allows for us to think consciously, even observing our own thoughts. It's generally established that humans have this thing, but it's also worth noting that in Naruto, even things like Edo Tensei dinosaurs are able to be caught in this, meaning that they do have some sort of conscious mind as well. So when I say that something has to have a mind, it just means that it has to be conscious in some sense, at least to the point of being able to recognize things happening, react to them, communicate, etc. Now that being said, that applies to Genjutsu that attack the mind directly as opposed to creating just regular illusions. And we do know that there are Genjutsu which don't directly attack the mind, such as the Genjutsu that Kashin Koji creates to camouflage the entrance to his hideout in Boruto. This is simply just putting up an illusion in the real world. So more broadly, Genjutsu is just the ability to cast illusions, whether they be in the real world environment or via conducting an assault on a target's mind directly. Now obviously, just creating an illusion in the real world isn't something that's limited by cross-verse mechanics. We see this type of thing in many different verses, such as Marvel's Loki creating false holographic projections of himself, or JJK's Hanami doing something similar with flowers. Even in early Naruto, standard clones are directly called illusions because they're immaterial, unlike shadow clones. So that being said, this does prove Genjutsu works cross-verse, at least in some sense. However, that's not really the type of Genjutsu that we have in mind when this conversation pops up, is it? We're talking more about things like the Tsukuyomi, where the target is forced to see illusions within their mind, or Kodomatsukami, where the opponent is completely controlled and hypnotized into believing false thoughts implanted by the attacker. In other words, we're not talking about real illusions in real time, manipulating light or something like that. We're talking about illusions that take place in the mind. So let's actually discuss those. In order for us to prove whether or not those can work cross-verse, we have to first understand how they work. What I mean is mechanistically. What is the process by which Genjutsu like this is successfully landed and applied to an enemy? I think we actually have a pretty good idea of how this works based on precedent in the series. First, I believe it's reasonable to assume that chakra must be injected into the opponent. The reasons for this are as follows. Number 1, Sharingan Genjutsu blatantly functions this way. We're directly told this in the Itachi Shinden Book of Midnight novel. Number 2, during Genjutsu, the target's chakra is disrupted. We know that foreign chakra disturbs a target's chakra via things like the black belted blades, aka black chakra rods from the Rinnegan, because we see this with Kakashi and Jiraiya getting their chakra disrupted or agitated when...
I think I learned this literally from John's thing. Those rods are stated to specifically disrupt chakra. I don't think any old chakra inserted into somebody disrupts chakra necessarily. I don't think that's a necessary claim, but I just wanted to stop right there.
Dad with those. This doesn't happen with regular knives, so there's some special property about the black chakra rods that cause this, and I think that special property is the fact that they are made of chakra. Number 3, disruption of chakra in the target can free them from Genjutsu. This makes sense if the enemy's chakra has entered the body, and they overcome that outside force with a force of their own, offering explanatory power which aligns with my position. Number 4, basically every time someone in Naruto controls something with a technique, it's via using their chakra inside of the thing that's being controlled. A water dragon is controlled by the user because they're controlling their chakra in the water dragon. Gaara's sand is controlled by Gaara because he manipulates the chakra in the sand. In a similar fashion to how Genjutsu works, the Yamanaka clan's mind transfer requires a direct clean shot to inject the user's mental energy into the enemy's body in order to forcibly swap consciousnesses. So we have a strong precedent that shinobi controlling something with—
Hold up, does it actually say that? The part about mental energy, does it say that? A jutsu where one releases their own mind, forcing it into the subject, thus usurping the opponent's body. Success with this bold move will issue a battle. Risk caster's body is defenseless during its utilization, on top of which damage. Nope. See, where did he get own mind from, though? Because to me, that stuff's important, because I'm still in an ongoing conversation with someone where I'm telling them that the yang, or the whatever the spiritual side, the yin or whatever, the yin or yang, I'm still telling them that that is chakra. And I actually might have to make an update video on souls and chakra. I actually might have to update that video.
ninja technique equals shinobi chakra being in that thing. No other explanation for the starting mechanism aligns as well with all of this data as the explanation of they inject their chakra into the target. So this is the most reasonable position to take. Now we deal with the next step. What does the chakra do once it's in there? Well, thankfully we're told very clearly that the chakra is used to attack the mind directly. How this done is explained to us, but there are 3 different understandings or interpretations of what this actually means. I'm obviously referring to Jiraiya's explanation to Naruto about how Genjutsu works and how to break it. Jiraiya says Genjutsu works on the opponent's 5 senses. You control the chakra flowing through their cranial nerves. He follows this up by saying that Naruto has to learn to break it because enemies exist who will use it, and that you can break the Genjutsu by disrupting or stopping your own chakra flow or by having someone else do it for you. He also adds, while you're caught, your chakra is under your opponent's control. I checked the raws on this and it says the chakra in your head is under their control, but regardless, you can't fully control your chakra while under Genjutsu and have to forcibly take control back. So what can we actually take from all this? Number 1, Genjutsu works on your 5 senses. Number 2, chakra in the cranial nerve/head is under the caster's control. Number 3, enemies use Genjutsu enough that this is worth preparing for. And number 4, disrupting your chakra flow significantly enough can break you from the Genjutsu. These things all tie together very neatly with Shikamaru's explanation of Genjutsu, with him saying that most Genjutsu operate on the opponent's 5 senses. Now, in this case, he's likely talking about delivery mechanism, since he follows this up by addressing Taiyuya's sound-based Genjutsu, with it obviously being sound-based in its delivery. On top of that, though, he shows another way to break Genjutsu: pain. By breaking his own finger, he's able to free himself from Taiyuya's control. So, while adequately disturbing one's chakra flow is one way to break a Genjutsu, adequate physical pain stimulus works as well. This is also demonstrated by Kurenai when she bites her lip to break a Genjutsu from Itachi. So, we go back to the question that led us here. What exactly does the chakra do once it's injected into the enemy in order to generate Genjutsu? One interpretation is that the caster takes control of the chakra already running through the enemy's brain, and by controlling the chakra that's already there, you control their mind and 5 senses. And this is why Jiraiya mentions that the chakra of the target is under the caster's control, and why adequate chakra disruption serves as a means to break the hold of the caster. There are a few problems with this, which we'll get into in a second. But the second interpretation, though, is that Genjutsu attacks the mind directly, and once the mind is seized, the chakra and 5 senses of the opponent are under control of the caster, since both chakra and the 5 sensors are simply biological properties which can feasibly be manipulated by the mind. But now that we fully understand Genjutsu, at least as much as we can without getting into the potential debunks, let's dive into those. In the next section, I'll go one by one through popular arguments.
I might have missed something. Let me go back. I'm getting caught up because if you're going to do panels like this, please highlight exactly what you want us to pay attention to. My mind's going everywhere while trying to dissect and listen to the argument. Let me go back though.
Chakra flow is one way to break a Genjutsu. Adequate physical pain stimulus works as well. This is also demonstrated by Kurenai when she bites her lip to break a Genjutsu from Itachi. So we go back to the question that led us here. What exactly does the chakra do once it's injected into the enemy in order to generate Genjutsu? One interpretation is that the caster takes control of the chakra already running through to generate Genjutsu. What exactly does the chakra do once it's injected into the enemy?
Alright. what does the chakra to generate Genjutsu do once it's injected into the enemy?
In order to generate Genjutsu. One interpretation is that the caster takes control of the chakra already running through the enemy's brain.
All right. So once the chakra is injected, one interpretation of the chakra already being injected is that it takes control of the enemy's chakra through their in their brain.
And by controlling the chakra that's already there.
So they put in their chakra to take over the enemy's chakra in their brain. Let's make sure I'm hearing that correctly. I just want to make sure.
Itachi. So we go back to the question that led us here. What exactly does the chakra do once it's injected into the...
To generate Genjutsu.
Interpretation is that the caster takes control of the chakra already running through the enemy's brain.
Okay.
And by controlling the chakra that's already there, you control their mind and 5 senses.
Okay, cool. So when they inject their chakra, the caster's chakra takes control of the victim's chakra, and then they use that to mess up their mind and 5 senses. Okay. Hold up. John says, nope. Genjutsu doesn't attack the mind directly. It works through the 5 senses. So that's an interesting interpretation. Doesn't attack the mind directly. So far, I agree with his 2 distinctions of Genjutsu, and I have a video on it myself. The 2 types of Genjutsu, where I break down the 2 types are mental attacks and real-time illusions. Real-time illusions being like the clam Genjutsu, the Genjutsu used by Izumo Katetsu, and the one, like he said, Kashin Koji, versus Genjutsu that are mental attacks, ones that take place in the confines of your mind. I don't really have a problem with the separation. I think there's a good amount of evidence for both existing, and it makes sense. So let me ask you this, John. What's your contention with Genjutsu attacking the mind? Are you saying it doesn't do it? Are you saying those Genjutsu that I just named do exist, like mental attacks do exist? You're just saying like they don't do it directly, like there has to be a mechanism first and then that happens? Or are you saying they don't exist at all? This is the network necessity position. I'm not even sure if the chakra gets injected in the first place. Well, so for Sharingan Genjutsu, I think we can safely assume it does based on what Shisui says. For other Genjutsu, probably not. The second option is it just works. Let me see.
And this is why Jiraiya mentions that the chakra of the target is under the caster's control, and why adequate chakra disruption serves as a means to break the hold of the caster. There are a few problems with this, which we'll get into in a second. But the second interpretation, though, is that Genjutsu attacks the mind directly, and once the mind is seized, the chakra and 5 senses of the opponent are under control of the caster.
So how does it attack the mind directly is the question. Let's hear that. Let's hear that. I can't play it.
Since both chakra and the 5 sensors are simply biological properties, which can feasibly be manipulated by the mind. But now that we fully understand Genjutsu, at least as much as we can without getting into
Whoa, hold up. I think there's a disconnect here. And not to be pedantic, the mind... So, we have the body, which would include the brain. The brain is what gives us the connection to that abstract mind. Saying that chakra takes control of the mind and then therefore the body, I don't know if that works. I don't know if I'd say that. You would have to start with the brain first, which he's somehow skipping. Let me hear it again though.
With this, which we'll get into in a second. But the second interpretation, though, is that Genjutsu attacks the mind directly, and once the mind is seized, the chakra and 5 senses of the...
The second interpretation, though, is that Genjutsu attacks the mind directly. How does it do that? Maybe there's some examples. There might be some examples.
Opponent are under control of the caster, since both chakra and the 5 sensors are simply biological properties, which can feasibly be manipulated by the mind. But now that we fully understand Genjutsu, at least as much as we can with...
See, like, I feel like that argument is, like, it's a half argument. It's a half argument. Because we understand that neurons fire in our brain to make our bodies move and do things in our brain. Yes, the brain is connected to the mind, but having control over one doesn't necessitate control over the other. I wouldn't say that's true. You know, I would definitely not say that's true.
Without getting into the potential debunks, let's dive into those. In the next section, I'll go one by one through popular arguments against crossverse Genjutsu and see if they hold any water. Before we do that though, if you're enjoying the video so far or maybe have learned something, make sure to like and subscribe. Thank you in advance for your support. Love you guys. Let's go.
Isn't the mind a biological aspect of the body?
AI agent on our team? Well, it's easy. Watch how I do it in 60 seconds.
Why can't I mute anything, bro?
First,
You mean the brain? Isn't the mind a biological aspect of the brain? I would say, I mean, yeah. You cannot have your mind without your brain. Yeah. So how it would go just from work. So hold up, who said that? Dr. Strangle? The second option is it just works. Yeah, how's it going from, okay, well, I have to interact with these, this, that, to it just works on your mind because you have a mind. I don't know where we're getting that jump from. I hope he explains it with some examples or something. Maybe we can talk about that. We'll see.
When it comes to crossverse Genjutsu debunks, outside of just characters having illusion resistance, there are basically 4 barriers of entry. First, we need to show that Genjutsu can work on people without chakra. Second, we need to show that Genjutsu can work on people without mental and spiritual energies, as they're described in Naruto. Third, we need to show that Genjutsu can work on someone without a chakra network. And fourth, we need to show that this is consistent.
Yeah, this is in response to me. That number 3 is wholeheartedly in response to me. I know because I'm the only person who has that argument. I feel honored. Big homie type shit. Genjutsu can work on people without a chakra network.
We need to show that Genjutsu can
Oh,
work.
wait. No, wait, did I peddle that argument? Or did someone else do that? No, I think I did that. Most people is that Genjutsu can't work on people without chakra. But, you know, it's okay. Even if I didn't, I know it's for me. I know it is.
On someone without a chakra network. And fourth, we need to show that this is consistent with what we actually see in the series. That said, I'd like to start with the last piece because it stems from something we talked about just a minute ago and leads really nicely into the first hurdle afterwards. Before, I mentioned that there were a few issues with the first interpretation.
Karibo said, it's Eon Ab-Stract, not you. Maybe it is.
Of how Genjutsu mechanistically works, once the chakra is in the target. So let's go over that real quick. Remember, under this interpretation, the caster takes control of the chakra that's already inside the target, and through taking control of the chakra itself, they gain influence over the 5 senses and the mind as a whole.
So the key is going to be him explaining how this mechanism actually happens. Remember, under this interpretation, the caster takes control of chakra that's already inside the target, okay? And through taking control of the chakra itself, they gain influence over the 5 senses and the mind as a whole. Now, I understand this isn't a whole, will it work on this character, because there are definitely debunks and there are definitely arguments for that side of things, right? So we're just kind of taking this at face value of, could it even work? So I understand that. So let's continue real quick.
The first issue here is that it doesn't explain why pain would break the Genjutsu. If Genjutsu functions simply by taking hold of the chakra in the brain, why would pain do anything? We know what it looks like when a caster's chakra is disrupted, and we never get something like that from someone just being in pain. Since there's no way to tie chakra disruption to pain, there must be something...
Wait. Let me make sure I'm hearing this argument correctly.
The first issue here is that it doesn't explain why pain would break the Genjutsu. If Genjutsu functions simply by taking hold of the chakra in the brain, why would pain do anything? We know what it...
Because pain can make your... We'd have to look into that. It's a sudden eruption of what's going on with your body. Maybe harm factor. That could be it.
Looks like when a caster's chakra is disrupted, and we never get something like that from someone just being in pain. Since there's no way to tie chakra disruption to pain, there must be something else in the process of casting, landing.
There's no way to tie chakra disruption to pain. I don't know, is that a contradiction? when you are in Genjutsu, is your chakra not disrupted? And so if you are getting out of it via pain, would that not mean that your chakra, wasn't disrupted? I don't know. I feel like I have to write this shit out.
And manipulating a Genjutsu that's separate from just controlling the enemy's chakra. Something else that this just doesn't jive with is the fact that not everyone has.
Wouldn't pain receptors be tied to whatever's connected to? Yes, that's like yes.
Chakra, and yet everyone is hit by the Infinite Tsukuyomi. And B, even those that do have chakra have to mold it first. Let's deal with the latter half before the former. Chakra explicitly doesn't exist within the body in its complete form until chakra production.
Sage is one of these guys. Okay.
AKA the mixing of mental and physical energies occurs. We know this from Ebisu's explanation of how chakra works, with him showcasing a 1-to-1 stamina to chakra conversion rate.
Let's see if he pulls out the Jiraiya example, and let's see how he argues that one away if he pulls it out.
Meaning that when 30% of stamina is converted into chakra, we see 30% chakra and 70% stamina. So when we see 100% stamina, we should be at 0% chakra.
Incorrect.
So like on this chart where we see Naruto perfectly healthy with 100% stamina and 0% chakra, that means that if you have 0% chakra before molding it, then not everyone has chakra running through them all of the time. Some push back on this by saying that if a shinobi run out of chakra, they die, but we're explicitly told by Kakashi and Ebisu that if you run out of chakra and stamina, not just chakra, you die. This makes more sense since we literally have people saying they're out of chakra and still being alive. And we know that there are times when chakra isn't being molded, from examples with Tobirama and Naruto telling us as much. Now, there is a statement from
okay, let's go.
That all people unconsciously create chakras by
let's see
swirling
how it
around
does
physical
this.
and spiritual energies in their bodies. However, this is clearly in the context of shinobi, since shinobi, not regular people, are the ones who consistently manipulate chakra for things like jutsu. Obviously, samurai.
Where did he get that? Now we gotta go back. Now we gotta go back a little bit. Where did he get that? So first off,
chakra, and yet everyone is hit by the Infinite Tsukuyomi. And B, even those that do have chakra have to mold it first. Let's deal with the latter half before the former. Chakra explicitly doesn't exist within the body in its complete form until chakra production, aka the mixing of mental and physical energies, occurs. We know this from Ebisu's explanation of how chakra works, with him showcasing a 1-to-1 stamina to chakra conversion rate, meaning that when
so I don't know if I need to do the whole spiel/breakdown of all this stuff now today. No, we'll just get through the video. We'll get
30% of stamina is converted into chakra. We see 30% chakra and 70%.
I'll just do
stamina.
little notations.
So when we see 100% stamina, we should be at 0% chakra. So like on this chart where we see Naruto perfectly healthy with 100% stamina and 0% chakra, that means that if you have 0% chakra before molding it, then not everyone has chakra running through them all of the.
See, like, oh my gosh, this be what I'm talking about. This be the stuff that I'm talking about, like the foundational shit. We would literally spend 8 hours debating about this rather than can X beat X. It's okay though. This would actually make sense if what he's saying, if there wasn't so much other evidence, this would make sense. If there wasn't so much counter evidence. See, like, because now I have to. Does he bring up the Momo thing? I feel like, you know what? It's okay.
Some push back on this by saying that if a
chakras are binding for. We'll man, oh man.
shinobi run out of chakra, they die. But we're explicitly told by Kakashi and Ebisu that if you run out of chakra and stamina, not just chakra, you die. This makes more sense since we literally have people saying they're out of chakra and still being alive. And we know that.
All right, I don't want to say you can never be out of chakra because then you would actually be dead, right? But when people say they're out of chakra, they do not mean they are 100% drained of all their chakra. We see what happens when people are 100% drained of all their chakra by the Shinju tree. They die, right? So when ninjas say, I'm out of chakra, they're not talking about their bodily fuel. They're not talking about all that. They're talking about they do not have enough chakra for ninjutsu. They do not have enough chakra for genjutsu. They don't have enough chakra to do a technique. That's what they mean when they say, I'm out of chakra. If they were 100% out of chakra, they would look like the people that got their bodies absorbed or their chakra absorbed by the Shinju tree. That's literally how they would look. Dead, dried up, husks.
There are times when chakra isn't being molded, from examples with Tobirama and Naruto telling us as much. Now, there is a statement from Jiraiya which seems to imply that all people unconsciously create chakra by...
See, like, we're doing this narrative painting. We're painting the narrative here. It seems to imply, like, where are you getting that he would be talking about ninja? Some people happen to rotate. He doesn't say anything about a ninja. He doesn't say anything about a shinobi. Nothing about a samurai. He's talking about people here. And guess what? Everyone has a head swirl type. Everyone has a head swirl type. This would apply to anyone with a goddamn head swirl type, not just the shinobi.
Swirling around physical and spiritual energies in their bodies. However, this is clearly in the context of shinobi, since shinobi, not regular people, are the ones who consistently manipulate chakra for things like jutsu. Obviously, samurai do this as well, but you get my point, which leads me to my next one.
See, and the thing is this.
Welcome to the Google Career Certificate, focused on...
If your premise is that everyone... if your premise is that everyone doesn't have chakra, this would make total sense. This everything he was saying, everything he's saying makes total sense if your premise is that everyone does not have chakra. These are the type of arguments you would do. These are the things you would say. See, I can be honest. Even if I thought that everyone didn't, I would not take this panel right here and say, oh well, it only applies to normal people. Where would it only applies to shinobi. I wouldn't say that. He says some people happen to rotate because it's necessary to mix energies in order to manipulate chakra. We all unconsciously. He doesn't say shinobi. He doesn't say we leaf ninja. He doesn't say me and you Naruto. He says we all, some people. That is a general statement for the populace, right? Oh my gosh, man.
Not everyone has chakra. This is a super hotly debated topic within the larger overarching topic at hand, but the series is actually very clear on this. We get told multiple times that there are people who do not have chakra. The best example comes from Shikamaru Shiden, where we're told that regular people, like the daimyo, don't possess the superhuman abilities of shinobi like chakra and ninjutsu. It's very important that they delineate.
Can he highlight these things? Where is that coming from? I've heard that before. Hold up. Let me see. Oh my gosh. I gotta read this whole thing. Why must shinobi be? And who's saying this, first of all? Who is actually speaking right now? Excuse me. Let me see if I can find it. I want to ask you one more. Cutting Shikamaru off firmly. Gengo continued. Ninja have powers different from all other human beings. Would you agree with me on that? Chakra and ninjutsu. Ninja did indeed have powers very different from normal people. Shikamaru nodded wordlessly. So a ninja. Let me continue. Gendo looked at him, satisfied somehow before speaking again. The powers of the ninja are already so strong they cannot be contained within a human framework. Who is Gendo? What are his credentials? Why are we taking him seriously? Once more, Shikamaru nodded. The fighting of the great... if the Alice Shinobi had been defeated... Okay, cool. So I wanted to read all that just to make sure Shikamaru didn't add in his 2 cents. But let me finish it. Let me finish it. Let me finish it, actually. I'm not even going to read it. Shikamaru wouldn't have been sitting here chatting like this. Uchiha Yamato had tried to pull the people of the world into a dream worth unimaginable enormous magic, and Uzumaki Naruto had fought to end the war with the 9 beasts in his body, the source of his chakra. The source of his chakra. So this Shinden, this is why I don't take fucking novels seriously, bro. So the 9-tailed beasts are the source of his chakra? Okay. Neither could have been called human. The very fact of possessing powers that could give rise to people like this perhaps pushed the ninja beyond the category of human. Excuse me. Why must those who surpass the human framework conceal themselves and live in the villages with the adjective hidden in their names? Why must they do the work of the maids and earn money by the day? Who was it that saved the world of the Great War 2 years ago? It wasn't the daimyo, and it wasn't the citizenry. Gengo pulled his elbow off the armrest and sat in full of ambition. Gengo's voice overwhelmed Shikamaru. What is this power? His heartbeat grew distant. An exultation he had never felt before flooded him. Why? Okay, cool. Give me 1 second. Let me blow. Okay, let's start here. Who in the fuck is Gengo? What are his credentials? Number one. Let's analyze what exactly he says, too. Is Gengo a chakra user? Probably not, based off this. But let's analyze what he says. I want to ask you one more. Let's read the whole thing. I'll read the whole thing and stop where I need to. Why must Shinobi be so persecuted? Shinobi are persecuted. He didn't really understand what that was supposed to mean. Looking at the silent Shikamaru, Gengo began to speak. As if to give background for his question, the adjective hidden is always attached to the villages where the Shinobi live. Why must Shinobi hide, and what percentage of the realms of this continent are ninja land? It is significant. Is it not? Others rule over this world, the daimyo. Gengo was exactly right. The ninja villages did have the word hidden in their names, and the majority of the land of the continent was governed and held by the daimyo. But what did that matter? Even if the daimyo did govern the realms, even if the adjective hidden wasn't there, the ninja weren't persecuted or anything like that. Shikamaru was the central pillar of the allied shinobi, which was precisely why he presumed to understand a little better than most ninja the true state of the world. The daimyo and the citizens living in the lands they ruled over were building good relationships of coexistence and cosprespert. All right, wow. This is the first time I've encountered a word in the fucking manga that I've never seen before. And yes, we're taking the time out to learn this new word today. Don't ask why I looked up isolated. I needed the exact definition though. Co-prosperity. Oh. Co-prosperity?
Prosperity.
Oh, co-prosperity. Okay. The way it was spelled, y'all, threw me the fuck off. I was like, I've never seen that word before. I was saying okay, cool. Co-prosperity. My fault. All right, where were we? That was funny as shit. We learned a new word today, though, technically. Where were we? Relations of coexistence and co-prosperity with the ninja. Okay, cool. Answer me, Shikamaru. Why are the ninja persecuted by these people exactly? When have we ever been persecuted by the daimyo? It is not only the daimyo, it is everyone other than ninja living on this continent. It looked to Shikamaru like flames blazed up in Gengo's eyes. Well then, I'd like to ask you one more thing. You said just one question. I want to ask you one more. Cutting Shikamaru off firmly, Gengo continued. Gengo, ninja have powers different from all other human beings. I can't read it. Oh, yeah. Would you agree with me on that? Chakra and ninjutsu. Okay. He says, come on. Let me roll up real quick. Okay. Gengo says, ninja have powers different from all other human beings. Would you agree with me on that? Chakra and ninjutsu. Ninja did indeed have powers very different from normal people. Shikamaru nodded wordlessly. Now, how that's reading, I don't know. Is that the narrator? Ninja did indeed have powers very different from normal people. Is Gengo saying this, the narrator saying this, or we know it's not Shikamaru because he's needlessly nodding, right? Cool. Gengo looked at him, satisfied somehow, before speaking again. The powers of the ninja are already so strong they cannot be contained within a human framework. Okay, cool. So we have an ignorant, unknown, non-credentialed person speaking about shit he doesn't understand. That's what we have in this. Number one. We don't know who I don't know who Gengo is. Maybe he does. I don't know his credentials. Maybe he does. That would have been actually nice to put. That would have been good to put in the video, actually. Gengo's credentials, actually, because we don't know who he is. So he says, would you agree with me that chakra and ninjutsu are powers that different from all other human beings. Well, Gengo, considering all other human beings can in fact use jutsu, you'd be incorrect on that point, sir. That's number one. Number two, he says the powers of the ninja are already so strong they cannot be contained within a human framework. That's weird. Why would he say why would Gengo say that? Has he met a non-ninja human? What does he mean by that? I should say. What does he mean by that? The power of the ninja cannot be contained within the human framework. What does he mean by that? Chakra and ninjutsu. So Gengo doesn't understand that you have resting chakra and you have molded chakra. I hate that I have to do this. Man, oh man. Gengo doesn't. And then even beside from that, data books in general. I'm sorry, novels in general. Novels in general. Who wrote this specific novel? How much was Kishimoto involved in it? Who wrote this and how much was Kishimoto involved in it? Because I've seen some of the novels, a lot of shit does not match up. I've seen a lot of the novels, he's not the main writer for most of these novels.
Between those two things, because it's not that they simply can't cast jutsu or can't generate enough chakra to do so, it's that they possess neither of those things. Some will try to say that when it says they don't have chakra, it means that they possess it, they just can't use it. But that would be changing the definition of have. Have just means to hold or possess something.
So, and then like he has to understand, and I went over this with Zaz, I think, or someone. Maybe it is worth a presentation. Actually, maybe it is worth a presentation. I've been really like avoiding doing a presentation on chakra just because I've covered it so many times. But maybe it's worth it at this point.
So that would be a less pragmatic and less parsimonious interpretation of what's being communicated here. The reason this is important, though, is because everyone on Earth, including the daimyo, is hit with the Infinite Tsukuyomi. This means that people who do not possess chakra can and have
molded chakra.
Been hit with Genjutsu, which clears the first barrier I talked about earlier. I'd also like to add that in an interview from 2006, Kishimoto does just say that he created chakra in order to explain the superhuman abilities that shinobi perform that other regular people can't. So obviously creating a delineation there in this interview between regular people.
He performed, not doesn't have though. Not doesn't have. Can't perform because they're not trained and learned how to. Not doesn't have because they lack or something like that. I actually have no interest in East Indian mysticism. I needed a hook to tie in those points in the story when characters would use powers that were beyond normal human capabilities. Normal human capabilities. Yes. Yes. Punching boulders and shit like that, shooting fire is beyond normal human capabilities. That's true. That doesn't mean that the people don't have chakra. The term is chakra, which is used as an explanation for readers to better understand the powers. Right. It's similar to the force. Hey, what's funny? Everyone has the force in Star Wars. We do know that, right? Everyone might not be force sensitive. This debunks his point, by the way. Self-debunk right here. Especially, and this is from Kishimoto. This is a total debunk. By the way, everyone has ki in Dragon Ball. Everyone and everything has life energy, which is ki in Dragon Ball. Does that mean everyone's going to shoot a ki blast, a kamehameha, a spirit bomb, a special beam cannon, a destructo disc? No, sir. It means they have the life energy within them. They can't manipulate it like the ninja can, but they have it in them.
People and shinobi in the sense that regular people don't have chakra. Now, some people do push back on this and say everyone has chakra because Naruto says everyone has chakra in chapter 29 of Boruto. The problem with that is Kodachi tells us in chapter 43's scientific ninja column that some people don't have chakra. So,
all right. So here's an instance of him so the interesting thing about these Shinobi Hinden columns is they are in the chapters or they are in the manga, but like they're secondary still because they're not in the main manga. So he acknowledges Naruto says everyone has chakra. He doesn't debate that. First off, let's acknowledge that. He doesn't debate that Naruto says everyone has chakra.
Naruto says everyone has chakra in chapter 29 of Boruto. The problem with that is Kodachi.
So yeah, he acknowledges it, but then the problem is we have secondary information that doesn't come directly from someone's mouth in the manga that says something otherwise. Let's read it though. Scientific ninja tool. These are ninja tools of the new era following. See, he needs to start highlighting these things, bro. You've been doing this for too long, Sage, for you to not highlight the shit you need us to read, bro. Come on. Scientific ninja tools. These are ninja tools of the new era following the last great ninja war. They resulted from explosive development brought about by post-war technology exchange between villages and the release of private sector technology previously kept secret by military sector. The objects branded as scientific ninja tools can be broadly divided into, They operate by capacitor types. They operate by utilizing a chakra condenser to charge up the chakra necessary for using jutsu, then loading and activating jutsu sealed within minimized scrolls. As long as you know how to use the equipment, you can generate jutsu even if you don't have chakra or know how to weave jutsu. Okay, so does he understand that this debunks him? This is his second self-debunk. And I'm going to tell you why it's a self-debunk. The capacitor type literally operates by utilizing chakra. They operate by utilizing chakra. They operate by utilizing chakra. I'm sorry, they operate by utilizing a chakra condenser to charge up the chakra necessary for using jutsu, then loading and activating jutsu sealed within mini-dry souls. As long as you know how to use the equipment, you can generate jutsu. Even if you don't have chakra or know how to weave jutsu. You know what this is telling you? Sage, you know what this is telling you, bro? This is telling you that there are two ways, or actually three ways to look at chakra. You have its archaic form, right? Which would just be how we're introduced to it. The billions of cells that make up the human body. Experience, mental energy, training, the energy of the soul. That's your more archaic form of chakra, right? But then ninja got wise, they got hip, they got put on game, right? And started learning about themselves, knowledge of self and all that shit, right? And then chakra became this new colloquial thing we refer to for jutsu. So you have resting chakra, which is the billions of cells and stuff and the mental energy and all that stuff that simply by existing you have, that make up your body. And then we have the more colloquial form of chakra that is used for jutsu purposes. This is your ninjutsu, your genjutsu, your taijutsu, if you want to use it like that, right? Hence why, and first off, we don't know who in the fuck is narrating this. This could be a person who doesn't think chakra exists within everybody. We don't know who wrote this. We don't know who. Don't say it's the narrator. I certainly don't believe that. I do not believe this is the narrator. Because, yeah. They operate by utilizing chakra. Oh, man. They operate by utilizing a chakra condenser. If you didn't understand what was going on, you might get confused. You can generate jutsu even if you don't have chakra or know how to weave jutsu. There are, of course, limits to the condenser capacity and to the types of jutsu you can generate. The Shinobi Gauntlet Boruto inappropriately used during the Chunin exams is representative. Right. Also, there's the explicit example in the manga. If the argument is you're only having chakra when it's actively being molded, then why did when Boruto pick up the chakra absorbing sword, the sword turn on? Why'd that happen? Why when Jirobo did Earth Dome Terror Prison, did Kiba, Naruto, Shikamaru, Neji, and Choji's? Why when he did that did those five not just stop molding chakra? Why didn't they just stop molding chakra and feeding Jirobo? Strange, right? Yeah. The issue is you're not looking at the full picture. You're scaling for an agenda. You're scaling with an agenda. That's literally all this is right now. You're scaling with an agenda. This is a second debunk to your own thing. They operate by utilizing. I can't even get past that part because it's like, wait, why would you that's dry snitching on yourself. Why would you put that in there, bro? They operate by utilizing a chakra condenser. So Shinobi scientific ninja tools, capacitor types, what he's talking about work by utilizing a chakra condenser to charge up the chakra necessary for using the jutsu. Okay, cool. So that's telling us it's using chakra, right? As long as you can know how to use the equipment, so you don't even gotta know the technique. You don't gotta know the signs. You don't have to know how to mold chakra, because that's what this is for. Getting around being a goddamn shinobi, not getting around not having chakra when the thing says it operates by using chakra. That doesn't even make sense.
Tells us in chapter 43's scientific ninja column that some people don't have chakra. So Naruto is clearly not referencing chakra in its complete form, but something else entirely. This is where it gets a bit weird.
Chakra not in its complete form. Sage, do you know spirits can use jutsu? We know that, right? I should say this, and this is why I have to edit the soul video for chakra and souls. I think it's more aptly to say that spirits are chakra than more so than that they can use chakra. I think it's more aptly to say they are chakra, but we can
Just
save that for
follow
another
me
day.
through the weeds here. The Naruto series is very clear that chakra is used as both a technical term for the substance created by mixing mental and physical energies, as well as an umbrella term.
Say why didn't he start with this? We understand we get this way before Ebisu. We get this way before any Naruto stuff. If you're gonna start off a chakra video, why didn't you start with this? Chakras are, to put it simply, the energies that a shinobi requires in order to perform ninjutsu. Basically, these energies are those of the body, drawn from each and every one of the approximately 13 trillion cells. So we have body energy and those of the mental and spiritual energy acquired over the course of much training experience. And we have abstract, mental, spiritual energy, experience, all that other shit, the abstract stuff.
Follow me through the weeds here. The Naruto series is very clear that chakra is used as both a technical term for the substance created by mixing mental and physical energies.
Oh, hold up. Karibo says the capacitor types don't use the user's chakra. You're mixing up with the sword, which is a different type. All right, so Karibo, you might have missed something, bro. You might have missed something. I never claimed that the sword was a capacitor type. I didn't say the sword was any type. I don't know what the fuck the sword is in to begin with as far as the type. All I know for a fact is that when Boruto picked it up, it turned on because it was absorbing his chakra. Boruto would have had no reason to be molding chakra at that very fucking moment. So therefore, the sword is taking his chakra without it being molded, which debunks what he's talking about. As for this, capacitor types, this very clearly says they operate by utilizing a chakra condenser to charge up the chakra necessary for the using the jutsu. Said another way, it uses chakra to make the goddamn thing work. And as long as you know how to use the damn equipment, you don't need to know how to generate jutsu if you don't have chakra or know how to weave signs. Right? And if you can't read between the lines, if you don't have chakra thing is throwing you off, it's because you've missed something when reading Naruto. It's either because you've missed something or you're agenda scaling. If you don't have chakra, doesn't mean if you don't have spiritual or physical energy, or if you're not molding, that's not what that means. It means if you're not a shinobi, if you don't know how to mold or generate chakra, this device will help you. That's what it's saying. Notice how it goes. Notice how it literally says all the things that a ninja would be able to do or can do. A person can do. You can generate jutsu. Ninja can do that. Even if you don't have chakra or know how to weave signs, ninja can do that.
Is clearly not referencing chakra in its complete form, but something else entirely. This is where it gets a bit weird, but just follow me through the weeds here. The Naruto series is very clear that chakra is used as both a technical term for the substance created by mixing mental and physical energies, as well as an umbrella term to be used interchangeably with stamina. Since we know that you have to run out of both chakra and stamina to die from chakra fatigue, Kakashi just saying to Sasuke that if he runs out of chakra he dies is a good example of this interchangeable colloquial usage. We also get
So we do understand. This be the shit I'm talking about, bro. Remember, I literally started off the stream with there are niggas that know and they still push the agenda.
get Orochimaru doing something similar, and even Kushina being stated to have been born with a particularly powerful chakra, despite the fact that we know that chakra isn't...
So, in this claim right here, because he's now acknowledging the colloquial use of chakra, so I have to ask, is Sasuke molding chakra in this moment or not? Like, what's he doing?
Changeable colloquial...
And if you're not careful, you'll die. Your chakra will be drained to 0. Your chakra will be drained. See, it's okay.
usage. We also get Orochimaru doing something
against an opponent's body, gives him the ability to consume their mental and physical energies. But chakra, how he's talking, is the combination of both of them. But now they're separate because it's this and that he can absorb. I don't understand how he is rationally making these arguments. I more so also don't understand how he's presenting this information as if it doesn't debunk him. I don't understand that.
similar, and even Kushina being stated to have been born with a particularly powerful chakra, despite the fact that we know that chakra isn't molded around the clock and certainly not by infants.
All right. So, like, maybe, am I missing something? I have to be missing something. I have to be missing something. Let me go back, bro. Let me go back. Because I've been doing a lot of talking. Let me listen.
They possess neither of those things. Some will try to say that when it says they don't have chakra, it means that they possess it, they just can't use it. But that would be changing the definition of have.
Okay, I'm glad I stopped there. Let me do that again.
Chakra and ninjutsu. It's very important that they delineate between those two things, because it's not that they simply can't cast jutsu or can't generate enough chakra to do so, it's that they possess neither of those things. Some will try to say that when it says they don't have chakra, it means that they possess it, they just can't use it. But that would be changing the definition of have. Have just means to hold or possess something, so that would be a less pragmatic and less parsimonious interpretation of what's being communicated. The reason this is important, though, is because everyone on Earth, including the daimyo, is hit with the Infinite Tsukuyomi. This means that people who do not possess chakra can and have been hit with Genjutsu, which clears the first barrier I talked about earlier. I'd also like to add that in an interview from 2006, Kishimoto does just say that he created chakra in order to explain the superhuman abilities that shinobi perform that other regular people can't. So obviously creating a delineation there in this interview between regular people and shinobi, in the sense that regular people don't have chakra. Now, some people do push back on this and say everyone has chakra because Naruto says everyone has chakra in chapter 29 of Boruto. The problem with that is Kodachi tells us in chapter 43's scientific ninja column that some people don't have chakra. So Naruto is clearly not referencing chakra.
Wait, let me take it back to you. This probably is the narrator, but the narrator knows people aren't too smart.
Complete form, but something else entirely. Man. This is where it gets a bit weird, but just follow me through the weeds here. The Naruto series is very clear that chakra is used as both a technical term for the substance created by mixing mental and physical energies, as well as an umbrella term to be used interchangeably with stamina. Since we know that you have to run out of both chakra and stamina to die from chakra fatigue, Kakashi just saying to Sasuke that if he runs out of chakra he dies is a good example of this interchangeable colloquial usage.
Because both
we
are true.
also get Orochimaru doing something similar, and even Kushina being stated to have been born with a particularly powerful chakra, despite the fact that we know that chakra isn't molded around the clock and certainly not by infants, so this is clearly in reference to her stamina. So while that can be a bit confusing, Boruto makes it much worse. So many things are just called chakra in Boruto, to the point that it feels like a catch-all term for energy. For example,
you don't think
forces are called planetary chakra. So when Naruto says everyone has chakra, he could just be talking about the ethereal force that binds them, without talking about literal chakra. In other words,
see, like, if Naruto wasn't able to constantly keep Kawaki's arm functioning, maybe. But the fact that Naruto can power his arm,
could just be a more mystical, philosophical idea than something actually literal in terms of the energy source that we know as chakra. It's also worth noting that Naruto is listed as a particular standout for not being well-rounded or knowledgeable scientifically, so the biological question of does everyone biologically have chakra might be a bit above his pay grade. Long story short, that Naruto statement doesn't work as a debunk for a variety of reasons. That said, since people exist in the world who don't have chakra, and everyone on Earth was affected by the Infinite Tsukuyomi, as I said earlier, we've proven that people...
So I don't think I heard a proper refutation to the people being born with chakra thing, or the actual distinction / separation of the 100 trillion cells versus the spiritual energy. I don't think I heard a proper distinction. Does he get into spirits and souls? Does he get into that?
Without chakra can be affected by Genjutsu. But what about people with physical or spiritual energies as they're described in Naruto? This is also fairly simple. As I said earlier, Kushina is stated to have been born with a particularly powerful chakra. People aren't born with chakra, per Ebisu's explanation. We know chakra is used as an umbrella term to describe stamina and several other energies as we went over earlier. Therefore, the Kushina statement is probably referring to her being born with a particularly powerful stamina, not chakra.
Hold up. She was born with a particularly powerful stamina. Ninja know the difference. So they understand the difference between stamina and molded chakra versus the chakra that they have as far as like, you know, the mental and the spiritual energy and the billions of cells and stuff like that. That's just funny to me. Wouldn't she say stamina if she meant stamina though? Because they already differentiated. Under his argument, she should be saying stamina if that's what she meant. But hey, you know.
Is probably referring to her being born with a particularly powerful stamina, not chakra. We actually get a detailed breakdown on this in the data books that goes over the difference between chakra and stamina and how jutsu are created. And we even get a section that talks about how if you have particularly high stamina, it gives you a higher reserve of chakra in order for you to use for techniques. So while this...
Because they're a 1-to-1. Of course, if you have high stamina, you have high chakra reserves. They are a 1-to-1.
Along with Ebisu's explanation are more technical.
And when I'm saying they're a 1-to-1, I'm talking about casting jutsu. I'm saying the resting energies, when you decide to actively mold them for jutsu, it is a 1-to-1. It's taking from your stamina directly. They call it stamina because calling saying chakra is chakra, like a fucking, what is that called? A tautology, right? Chakra's chakra because it's chakra, stamina. That doesn't work. They needed something to differentiate the energy that like moves your body versus the energy that you're using to do these things. Stamina. Well, okay, cool. What allows us to operate and do those things? Chakra. Okay, cool. I like that. Let's call it chakra. So what allows us to move and do all these things and walk around and lift weights and eat food, that is our stamina. And when we're performing jutsu and doing all these other things, that energy gets processed, molded, casted, if you want to say. We'll call that chakra.
We do, just like I said earlier, have multiple examples of chakra and stamina being used interchangeably, which lends credence to the interpretation that I'm trying to give.
Yes, Luna Ursa, you can't even read this panel. I have no idea. I'm not about to zoom in on everything, and and then he doesn't cite too. Yes, that is an issue.
Here. Now, the reason why this is all important, though, is because Hagoromo and Hamura are stated to be the first people born with chakra on Earth. This is doubled down on by statements saying all chakra was once unified in Kaguya's body and then dispersed into Kaguya's two children, with her goal upon her return being to unite all chakra once again. This also lines up perfectly with the many statements calling Kaguya the originator or progenitor of chakra on Earth. This means that nobody had chakra prior to that, or more specifically, stamina called chakra. Again,
Oh, so wait, when did the animals get chakra? When did the toads, the snakes, the slugs, the monkeys, the dogs, when did all them, the cats that talk in the series, when did they all get chakra? When the first divine tree was planted before Kaguya, because that did happen, what was it absorbing exactly? So interesting. I don't know.
For Ebisu's explanation, as well as the data book descriptions on molding chakra, and the fact that we have multiple statements suggesting that chakra has to be actively molded, and certainly isn't an automatic process performed by newborns, when someone is stated to have been born with chakra, it's most likely referring to stamina. This logic would also apply to the statement about Hagoromo and Hamura, meaning they're the first people born with physical and mental energies. Something else that backs this up is Madara's explanation.
Hold up. Hold up.
Likely referring to stamina. This logic would also apply to the statement about Hagoromo and Hamura, meaning they're the first people born with physical and mental energies.
Were they the first people on Earth? Excuse me? They must have been the first people on goddamn Earth. First people born with mental and physical energy? They must have been the first people on Earth. They have to be primordials at this point.
Statement about Hagoromo and Hamura, meaning they're the first people born with physical and mental energies.
That's a crazy statement.
Up is Madara's explanation for how Hagoromo dispersed chakra to the shinobi world. He tells us directly that
Madara is wrong, incorrect, and was fed and disinformation. You cannot trust Madara's words on this matter. Hagoromo never said a thing about spreading chakra.
Hagoromo dispersed it into the world.
He said,
in hopes that it would allow for people to connect their mental energies in order to understand one another. So this tells us that this isn't something that they were doing or could do prior, which communicates to us that he dispersed not just complete chakra, but the energy which allows for people to connect their minds and hearts, mental.
So now I have to wonder, does he bring up the Momo statement? Does he bring up Momo saying chakra by nature links everybody, and that Hagoromo didn't need to do a goddamn thing? These people were already linked, they just weren't using chakra.
Energy. He then goes on to say that over time, these people use chakra that he gave them, not to connect with others, aka link their mental energies with the energies of people around them, but instead to link their mental energy with the physical energy inside them, creating chakra that we know today, weaponizing it against one another. So what all this communicates to us is that human beings certainly didn't have chakra, nor did they have what we know later on as mental or spiritual energies to be able to link their hearts and minds. This is super important because prior to Hagoromo dispersing these energies to the people around the world, Kaguya placed the entire world under Genjutsu with the Infinite Tsukuyomi. Since people on Earth didn't have chakra at the time, nor did they have mental or spiritual energies as we know them today, we just cleared the second barrier. Stamina is the unmixed collection we know today, weaponizing it against one another. So what all this communicates to us is that human beings certainly didn't have chakra, nor did they have what we know later on as mental or spiritual energies to be able to link their hearts and minds. This is super important because prior to Hagoromo dispersing these energies to the people around the world, Kaguya placed the entire world under Genjutsu with the Infinite Tsukuyomi. Since people on Earth didn't have chakra at the time, nor did they have mental or spiritual energies as we know them today, we just cleared the second barrier. Stamina is the unmixed collection of mental and physical energies. Genjutsu doesn't attack the body, but the mind. So possessing physical energy, aka the energy that's produced naturally by the cells in the body, isn't really relevant. So we don't have to prove they don't have. We just cleared the second barrier. Stamina is the unmixed collection of mental and physical energies. Genjutsu doesn't attack the body, but the mind. So possessing physical energy, aka the energy that's produced naturally by the cells in the body, isn't really relevant. So we don't have to prove they don't have physical energies, just that they don't have mental energies, because then mental plus physical energies unmixed is stamina. If they don't have mental energies, they don't have stamina. Therefore, we've just showcased that Genjutsu can work and has worked on individuals without stamina, as it's technically described described in Naruto. One of the bits of pushback I've received on this is that people will say the God Tree at that time absorbed the people's chakra, but it's actually communicated that the God Tree absorbs both chakra and life force, which is super interesting. Now, a lot of people get these two things conflated as the same thing. That's not what's going on here. The Uzumaki clan is stated to have a particularly powerful life force, and also they're stated to have a particularly powerful chakra, but these are presented as two totally different things. The Uchiha clan is also stated to have a particularly powerful chakra, but they're not stated to have a particularly powerful life force. That seems to be something that's actually unique to the
I mean, if it's absorbing one or the other, the fact that it's taking... So, like, here's the thing. If it takes chakra, then it takes chakra. If it takes chakra without taking life force energy, then congratulations, they still have life force energy. But that doesn't change it from still taking chakra.
Uzumaki and the Senju. Another good example of this is that the Gedomazo is stated to have a powerful life force despite the fact that it has no chakra inside of it. It's specifically stated that Hagoromo and Hamura separated the chakra of Kaguya from the chakraless husk of the Ten Tails, which is the...
But the sage feared that upon his death, the seal would come undone and Ten Tails' immense chakra would reemerge. Ten Tails' chakra into 9 pieces. He sealed away the chakra-less body of the monster and hurled it into the sky, and it became the moon. Ten Tails' vessel, in other words, the outer path demonic statue, still remains that thing possessing an incredible life force. So yeah, I mean, we need to know what they mean by life force, though, too. Excuse me. We needed to understand what they meant by life force.
Gedomazo, meaning that the life force possessed by the Gedomazo is not chakra. So this strengthens the position that life force and chakra are two different things, so all of this works together to support my position. For the third hurdle, we need to demonstrate that Genjutsu can work on those without a chakra network. Those on the oppositional side here would say, maybe it works on people without chakra, and maybe it works on people without stamina, as it's described in Naruto. But those people in Naruto still have a chakra network, as it's a biological thing that exists in everyone, so that might be necessary for Genjutsu to work. If they don't have a chakra network, and a chakra network is used to direct chakra throughout the body, then we can't say that the chakra for a Genjutsu can be adequately directed through the body, and thus can't say Genjutsu works on those without chakra networks. I'm sure you guys have probably said or heard something like this in the past, and I wanted to steelman or strengthen the idea as much as possible, so you know I'm not being disingenuous when I absolutely dismantle this horrid argument. First of all, chakra can be funneled through basically any material. We see it funneled through stone, metal, and even a pencil. We see people inject chakra into items, and the chakra remain in said items for extended periods of time. Kakashi maintains chakra in a kunai over an extended period of time while it's flying through the air and even with someone else interacting with it. And even Hagoromo's chakra remains in the 6-pass tools he created, such as the Suigu, a scepter that can produce water made from his chakra for eons after he's dead. Also, the precision with which chakra can be manipulated is literally atomic per Kakashi Retsuden and Sasuke Shinden. So, long story short, chakra can not only be injected into things without chakra networks, but can also remain there for an extended period of time and be manipulated on an incredibly minute level. So, due to the fact that Jiraiya says that chakra in the neurons being manipulated can lead to Genjutsu, even with just this, we can say with confidence that it's likely that chakra can be injected into a human being without a chakra network and used to manipulate their neurons, as neurons aren't subatomic, which would then lead to a successful Genjutsu. So use that argument if you want, but there's actually an even more straightforward way of going about it.
What? So because chakra can change water on a subatomic level, that means the chakra that's being inserted becomes subatomic, and that doesn't need the chakra network? Does he bring up the Sakon panel, I wonder? Do we bring up the Rasen Shuriken panel? I wonder. Let's hear that crazy shit again.
on an incredibly minute level. So due to the fact that Jiraiya says that chakra in the neurons being manipulated can lead to Genjutsu,
He said chakra in the cranial nerves. But neurons, I guess. I get what you're saying.
even with just this, we can say with confidence.
And so, like, the thing about that is funny. Like, he didn't really, like, so if you're gonna really steelman this argument, either quote something that someone actually said and then rebunk their argument with your own, or actually present the argument in its fullest form. Because when we go here, hold up. Where's that keto Mars
in the past, and I wanted to steelman or strengthen the idea as much as possible, so you know I'm not being disingenuous when I absolutely dismantle this horrid argument. First of all, chakra can be those without chakra.
All right, let's go here. Let me hear what he says actually first.
That the life force possessed by the Gedomazo is not chakra. So this strengthens the position that life force and chakra are two different things. So all of this works together to support my position. For the third hurdle, we need to demonstrate that Genjutsu can work on those without a chakra network.
Okay, cool. Yeah. If you're going to steelman and rebunk this and make the position as strong as possible, then use all the evidence at your disposal. You go really hard for those data books and novels. I'm only asking you to use the manga. Go to Sakon versus Kiba. Go to Tsunade talking to Kakashi and Yamamoto about the Rasen Shuriken. Find out where they say chakra exists on a cellular level. The chakra network exists on a cellular level, which means it's not limited to what we see here. The chakra network is not limited to what we see here. We know it exists on a cellular level because Sakon and Ukon can break down their protein and reform it with chakra. They can break down their protein structure and reform it with chakra. Is that subatomic? I don't know. I know that's what they can do though. That's number one. Then pull out the Lee statement saying the chakra highway works by transporting chakra, because even though it's not going to be better than the Sakon one, at least I know you referenced it. Now you're talking about this argument as far as the chakra network, and you haven't referenced Rock Lee one time. You're using more secondary sources than anything in the manga, which is astounding to me, by the way. I'm looking to see if I see Rock Lee anywhere in here. I don't see Rock Lee, so that's just kind of telling. Don't see Rock Lee or Sakon in here, so that's or Tsunade. That's kind of telling.
On the oppositional side here would say maybe it works on people without chakra, and maybe it works on people without stamina as it's described in Naruto. But those people in Naruto still have a chakra network. It's a biological thing that exists in everyone, so that might be necessary for Genjutsu to work. If they don't have a chakra
no. Not might be necessary, is necessary. If we're arguing injection or taking control of chakra, they would first have to have it existing in their body for them to be able to take control of, or they would have to have the system for that chakra to travel into. I'm trying to not get hype. Is necessary. Not might be, not maybe. No, is necessary.
Network and a chakra network is used to direct chakra throughout the body, then we can't say that the chakra for a Genjutsu can be adequately directed through the body, and thus can't say Genjutsu works on those without chakra networks. I'm sure you guys have probably said or heard something like this in the past, and I wanted to steelman or strengthen the idea as much as possible, so you know I'm not being disingenuous when I absolutely dismantle this horrid argument. First of all, chakra can be funneled through basically any material. We see it funneled through stone, metal, and even a pencil. We see people inject chakra into items, and the chakra remain in said items for extended periods of time. Kakashi maintains chakra in a kunai over an extended period of time while it's...
So, and like, this is just what do they call it? I've been hearing this word a lot, talking to people on Twitter, false equivalence. Because y'all know I don't really get into the the fallacies and stuff like that. Just the bare minimum shit, right? But coding something in chakra, covering something in chakra, inserting your chakra into something is not the same thing as inserting it into an alive human living being. I don't know why we would think they're the same thing. We're directly told that if Kabuto cuts off the specific chakra network to Naruto, he can't fucking heal from the Nine Tails. So guess what? No matter how much chakra you inject to him, no chakra will go to his heart to heal him. We're specifically told by Tsunade that if Naruto keeps using the Rasen Shuriken at that time without any protection, he'll lose the ability to wield chakra in his hand. What does that mean? He won't be able to build it up or channel it in his fucking hand. So this is all non sequitur. Literally means nothing to the conversation. And it's actually a red herring. It's meant to distract. It's meant to be important. It's meant to, oh, look over here. They're coding chakra in here. That means they might be able to do it to human beings. Sorry, not going to work. We're smarter than that. We know better.
Flying through the air and even with someone else interacting with it. And even Hagoromo's chakra remains in the 6-pass tools he created, such as the Suigu.
This is all non sequitur. All non sequitur.
A scepter that can produce water made from his chakra for eons after he's dead. Also, the precision with which chakra can be manipulated is literally atomic per Kakashi Retsuden and Sasuke Shinden. So, long story short, chakra can't...
So, in like, this is an over... So, like, for this, like, I feel like he's over... I keep saying, like, I feel like he's overgeneralizing, and I feel like he is... And I'm saying feel like here because, you know, this is just me expressing what I think he's doing. I'm not saying like as a, you know. So... I feel like he's overgeneralizing this, saying, oh my God, look, Kakashi made water with chakra. Okay. What are you insinuating with that? What are you insinuating with that exactly? Because when we get to the cranial nerves thing, it's on an atomic level. Whoa, buddy. Big jump. Big jump. Big jump.
And not only be injected...
Would you now argue that Kakashi gets past infinity because he can turn water into chakra? Or I'm sorry, he can turn his chakra into water and he'd have to manipulate the molecular or anatomical structure of the water? I don't know.
Into things without chakra networks, but can also remain there for an extended period of time and be manipulated on an incredibly minute level. So due to the fact that Jiraiya says that chakra in the neurons being manipulated can lead to Genjutsu, even with just this, we can say with confidence that it's likely that chakra can be injected into a human being without a chakra network and used to manipulate their neurons, as neurons aren't subatomic, which would then lead to a successful Genjutsu.
That literally makes no sense. That, like, them being somewhat... So Kakashi manipulating water to a subatomic level, let's just give it to him, has literally nothing to do with his ability to inject chakra into someone's brain and then that activate a Genjutsu. Nothing there makes any sense at all.
Incredibly minute level. So due to the fact that Jiraiya says that chakra in the neurons being manipulated can lead to Genjutsu, even with just this, we can say with confidence that it's likely that chakra can be injected into a human being without a chakra network and used to...
And see, this all presumes there's no chakra network. The whole premise of this thing is there is a chakra network that exists. If chakra is flowing, it necessarily uses the network. I don't know how he's getting around this.
Manipulate their neurons, as neurons aren't subatomic, which would then lead to a successful Genjutsu. So use that argument if you want, but there's actually an even more straightforward way of going about this. Chakra is directly called a supernatural substance and described as something that sets shinobi apart from regular humans who rely on technology. The
life of a shinobi revolves around using numerous supernatural abilities, with chakra being the most prominent, to live in harmony with the laws of the world. That said, it's not that scientific technology is absent, rather the ideal to balance nature and science. See, I wasn't reading all these before because I was taking his word at face value, but when I read that other thing, I'm just like, I might have to read everything I can read because he's just going to take these out of context.
Chakra is directly called a supernatural substance and described as something that sets shinobi apart from regular humans who rely on technology.
Okay, so he said, let me quote exactly what he just said.
Described as something that's out this. Chakra is directly called a supernatural substance and described...
Chakra is directly called a supernatural substance. Let's see if we see the word substance anywhere in here. The life of a shinobi revolves around using numerous supernatural abilities, with chakra being the most prominent, to live in harmony with the laws of the world. That said, it's not the scientific technology is absent. Rather, the ideal is to balance nature and science, fostering coexistence and mutual growth. Okay, cool. So Nowhere in this does it say it's a supernatural substance. Don't know why he just lied to us just like that. That's crazy.
Way of going about this. Chakra is directly called a supernatural substance and described as something that sets shinobi apart from regular humans who
Let's see if this is describing it sets shinobi apart from regular humans. Let's see if the word regular humans is even in this, right? The life of a shinobi revolves around around using numerous supernatural abilities, with chakra being the most prominent, to live in harmony with the laws of the world. Anyone see regular humans, people, or beings in there? I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt and using all those synonyms to find anything that has to do with the goddamn person in here. Because it's not in here. It doesn't exist. He's literally reading into the text. If he could, he would write this himself, and that would be interpolation. He'd be interpolating. He would literally write that in there himself if he could and get away with it.
Supernatural substance and described as something that sets shinobi apart from regular humans who rely on technology. We know that chakra isn't native to human beings.
Like, did you like put this in Chat GPT and say summarize and make it like I'm trying to understand how he put so many words in there that don't go in there or that are not present in there. I'm really trying to understand that. Unless there's another section that he knows that I don't.
As Kaguya was the first person on Earth with chakra, and Hagoromo is responsible for dispersing it to others, as well as the first person born with it on Earth.
I must have missed something. How is chakra subatomic? Okay, so, and we can go over that on the thread. Basically, his argument, from what I understand, is that since Kakashi can turn his chakra into water, and he would have to do something on a subatomic level or anatomical level with water, that's what it is. But my filtering process just removes anything that doesn't have to do with the chakra network, because he didn't address that anyway.
Something else that matters is that Madara says that there was a time when humans didn't even have a concept of chakra. Now, some ratty folks out there will say, just because someone doesn't have a concept of something doesn't mean that they don't actually possess the thing.
Let's be clear about something. That's not ratty. That's using your goddamn brain. Long ago, humans didn't have a concept of fire, sir. Did fire not exist? Was fire not a real thing? That's some ignorant shit to say. That's wild. He said that's ratty. Imagine that, using your brain, using your basic logic, reasoning, and inductive and deductive skills is ratty. So this clown says, long ago, before they even had a concept of chakra, and then he takes it as, and I'm saying Madara is a clown because Madara is a clown. He was misinformed the entire time, but fine. Long ago, before they even had a concept of chakra, Sage takes this to mean they didn't have chakra, and if you come to any other conclusion, you're being ratty. That's crazy.
Which isn't technically wrong. However, with the way the word
it's not technically wrong. Okay,
Sura is used, it leans in my favor. This word is used in the context of stopping short of something which would be more expected. For example, the laptop is so hot it wouldn't even, Sura, turn on. Also, the context of the scene is describing how Kaguya was
that example was not analogous. What?
The first person on Earth with chakra, and he's describing the time
Didn't he already use this panel?
before that. So contextually, he'd be saying that not only did they not possess chakra, they didn't even possess the concept of it. Getting back on track though, biologically, what happens when a new stimulus is introduced to a populace? Evolution. A good example of this in the real world comes from certain species of sharks, or more specifically, their vascular systems. When certain sharks, like the great white, evolved to hunt in freezing waters, their circulatory systems underwent a radical architectural overhaul. They developed a system called a wonderful net, a dense interwoven network of tiny veins and arteries functioning as a countercurrent heat exchanger. It actively captures the metabolic heat and channels it back into the core organs, preventing thermal shock. They didn't have this system in place before, but the new stimulus led to a new biological function. That's probably what happened with the chakra networks possessed by humans in Naruto. Since Madara tells us that Kaguya was the first person with chakra, and Hagoromo was the first born with it, then Hagoromo...
Hey, Shinigami, I see you going crazy, bro. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I was not even tuned in for that part. My brain just shut off because it's like, yo, what is he talking about? Why are we doing this? Why are we acting like fiction is a one-to-one to real life in this particular aspect right now? Why are we doing this? Why? I'll go back and listen to that, But my brain was completely turned off because I'm like, why are we talking about sharks and evolution when we're talking about fictional characters and fictional settings and fictional power systems? What are we doing here? Let me go back to it though.
First person on Earth a chakra, and he's describing the time before that. So contextually, he'd be saying that not only did they not possess...
What in any logia technically have subatomic control since they're converting their bodies into different elements? Yes, they would actually. If we're just using that example, if we're using that example, Bleach characters turning, and I know I kind of already said this, but no, there is actual evidence because Toshido says he can control all water and ice. You know, we'll circle back to that. But yeah, no, it would for Logias too because they are turning their bodies into pure elements at a subatomic level. Yeah, true.
chakra, they didn't even possess the concept of it. Getting back on track though, biologically, what happens when a new stimulus is introduced to a populace? Evolution. A good example of this in the real world comes from certain species of sharks, or more specifically, their vascular systems. When certain sharks, like the great white, evolved to hunt in freezing waters, their circulatory systems underwent a radical architectural overhaul. They developed a system called a wonderful net, a dense interwoven network of tiny veins and arteries functioning as a countercurrent heat exchanger. It actively captures the metabolic heat and channels it back into the core organs,
So, first off, what is the source for this? Number one. Number two, what was the rate of evolution that took place? Like, how fast was it? We know the Naruto generations are. We know like their history is not that long. It's not that long. First off, so we just need to. What's the source for this? How long did this change take place for these sharks? Where did Hagoromo start spreading chakra? How did it spread to animals and the samurai? Did he make contact with the samurai? Do we know this?
Preventing thermal shock. They didn't have this system in place before, but the new stimulus led to a new biological function. That's probably what happened with the chakra networks possessed by humans in Naruto. Since Madara tells us that Kaguya was the first person with chakra, and Hagoromo was the first born with it, then Hagoromo's gifting of chakra to the world would literally be him introducing a supernatural alien source to their bodies. Keep in mind, he also has the creation of all things jutsu, which literally allows for him to rewrite reality on a whim. So it's entirely possible that this production of chakra, potentially paired with the creation of all things, produced a chakra network in the one's gifted chakra.
Hold up. So, if human beings... Oh, okay. So then that would also mean, if we take the reverse of that, and that they needed the chakra networks in order to produce and have chakra, then without the chakra networks, they can't produce or have chakra. Is that correct? Let me make sure I heard all that correctly.
Concept of it. Getting back on track though, biologically, what happens when a new stimulus is introduced to a populace? Evolution. A good example of this in the real world comes...
So his argument is that humans in Naruto might have evolved to have chakra. Let me hear his conclusion real quick.
From certain species of sharks, or more specifically, their vascular systems. When certain sharks, like the great white, evolved to hunt in freezing waters, their circulatory systems underwent a radical architectural overhaul. They developed a system called a wonderful net, a dense interwoven network of tiny veins and arteries functioning as a countercurrent heat exchanger. It actively captures the metabolic heat and channels it back into the core organs, preventing thermal shock. They didn't have this system in place before, but the new stimulus led to a new biological function. That's probably what happened with the chakra networks possessed by humans in Naruto. Since Madara tells us that Kaguya was the first person with chakra, and Hagoromo was the first born with it, then Hagoromo's gifting of chakra to the world would literally be him introducing a supernatural alien source to their bodies. Keep in mind, he also has the creation of all things jutsu, which literally allows for him to rewrite reality on a whim. So it's entirely possible that this production of chakra, potentially paired with the creation of all things, produced a chakra network in the one's gifted chakra. Much like the endothermic sharks, the humans in Naruto were introduced to a new stimulus that required a new biological function to maintain, and therefore they developed a chakra network in order to more efficiently use the chakra that was bestowed upon them. This at least provides explanatory power as to why they have a chakra network in the first place, which gives it preferability over the oppositional side here, which, as far as I've seen, has no real explanation for that outside of they just have it.
Okay, so another thing. Having a reason doesn't mean it's the correct reason. Having an answer doesn't mean it's the correct answer. That answer is just as much headcanon or is in just as much question as I don't fucking know. It's literally in just as much speculation, held to the same degree.
Here, which, as far as I've seen, has no real explanation for that outside of they just have it. In a nutshell, it's more reasonable to assume that humans have chakra networks because their bodies were introduced to chakra and therefore evolved than it is to assume that they had chakra networks before ever possessing it. The only real pushback,
are we going to visit the Momo statement? Are we going to visit the code statement?
I've seen on this is that Madara's word may not be trustworthy on this because he gets his information from the Uchiha Stone Tablet, and that's been altered by Black Zetsu, which is true. However, Zetsu specifically says he only changed a little.
I can't wait to read the comments or the chat.
To try and get Madara to enact the Infinite Tsukuyomi plan, meaning most of the tablet would be correct, specifically the stuff that has nothing to do with the Infinite Tsukuyomi plan.
Just as headcanon is saying Genjutsu doesn't work, that's y'all burden, Karibo. Me saying that isn't headcanon. That's y'all burden. Y'all say Genjutsu works. The only reason people say Genjutsu doesn't work is because you guys said it does work and have yet to actually prove it.
Which would include the idea that Hagoromo was the first person born with chakra and that humans didn't have chakra prior to Hagoromo sharing it with them. Therefore, it's more likely to be the case that Madara is correct on this part than not. And this leads to the crescendo. The Infinite Tsukuyomi worked on people who Hagoromo hadn't introduced chakra to. Therefore, it worked on people who likely didn't have chakra or stamina, as we know it in Naruto, nor a chakra network.
So the people of antiquity in Naruto didn't have chakra, they didn't have stamina or a chakra network. They didn't have physical energy or spiritual energy or cells. If we're being honest, they didn't have any of these things. That's extraordinary.
Means that those things are not qualifiers for Genjutsu to work, at least with the Infinite Tsukuyomi. However, one could argue that the Infinite Tsukuyomi is special, and therefore none of this logic applies to general Genjutsu, which is exactly what we're diving into next.
Holy shit, he has more.
Your Mac is underperforming? If you have spare 4 minutes, check it with Clean My Mac. It gives you a full health report and some curious little details about your system. Create a free Clean My Mac account. Find out what's actually going on inside. Set.
To close this out, I'm going to walk through how to argue this in a sort of debate format, as I think that'll be most useful for everyone listening, whether supporters or dissenters of this idea, and then I'll go over whether or not I think this argument works, as well as some potential debunks. With all of the previous information established, this is the way I would frame this argument. Because Genjutsu works by affecting the mind, and in the Infinite Tsukuyomi,
So premise. Here we go. Because Genjutsu works by working. Because Genjutsu works because it works.
Isn't limited to people with chakra, stamina, or even a chakra network, we'd have to establish a mechanistic difference between the Infinite Tsukuyomi and other Genjutsu. If we can't, it would be special.
So, I'll wait to the end.
Special pleading to say that the Infinite Tsukuyomi Genjutsu does work without those conditions, but the other Genjutsu don't. Now, with this argument, it shifts the burden onto the person claiming that it shouldn't work.
A logical fallacy in which a speaker applies a general rule or principle to others while exempting a particular case from the same rule without adequate justification. The claimant asserts that their case is somehow different or exceptional, yet provides no relevant criterion that would warrant the exemption. It is a violation of the principle of relevant difference. Example, Infinite Tsukuyomi isn't subject to the limitations of the target requiring chakra, stamina, or chakra network, but other Genjutsu are. I mean, we've also seen Infinite Tsukuyomi work on everyone but the dead, would that be special pleading? Because that's an actual case, which would mean it does have actual differences even within itself.
To establish what mechanistic difference exists between the Infinite Tsukuyomi and other more standard Genjutsu. From the pro-Genjutsu,
Even if we're talking mechanistic, though, I don't know about that. Like, the differences wouldn't necessarily have to be mechanistic in nature for the differences of why they wouldn't work to be relevant. Because the fact that one can work on a different type of being and one can't, or hasn't shown to be the case, or whatever, or is excluding a particular thing, that's important.
Jutsu side, you could just point out similarities, such as the delivery mechanism being through the 5 senses, the fact that it attacks the mind directly and works in a mental plane, and the fact that, based on the argument from earlier, it likely requires a chakra injection to work. So, at least in those...
Why are we comparing Infinite Tsukuyomi to regular Genjutsu? That's what Sage wants to do, and if you try and argue him on it, you're special pleading.
3 key ways, it does mechanistically work in
What's
the
good,
same way
Majestic?
that other
Majestic.
Genjutsu do, lending credence to the idea that other said Genjutsu should work as well. One bit of pushback I've received from this is that the Infinite Tsukuyomi doesn't affect Edo Tensei, but other Genjutsu such as Itachi's Tsukuyomi do. This could imply a big mechanistic difference between the two, suggesting some sort of function which allows for Edos to bypass it. However, the reason for this is fairly clear. We're told that the Infinite Tsukuyomi is used specifically to put living beings in a trance-like state in order to drain their life force and eventually turn them into white.
So that the caster can use your individual power while maintaining you alive. You're attached to the roots of the divine tree and turn into living slaves.
Two bodies. So if the Infinite Tsukuyomi is used specifically for this, then it makes sense that it would only target living things, and therefore not affect the Edo Tensei. This, again, provides explanatory power based on evidence as to why the Edo Tensei are not affected by the Infinite Tsukuyomi, which is preferable to the oppositional side, which offers no evidence-based explanation for this. Some pushback on some earlier arguments might be something like there are retcons, which do away with a lot of these arguments. For example, some would say that the Naruto statement we talked about earlier is good evidence that everyone has chakra. The problem with that is, as I went over earlier, he may not be a reliable source, and then also we get later statements talking about how people don't have chakra as well, so if you consider that a
Oh, I'm sorry. The scan literally saying they operate by utilizing chakra, that one? The one literally saying they operate by utilizing chakra? That one?
then it just got re-retconned. Other people may push back and say that every single being on Earth has chakra. We're specifically told by Amado that the goal of the Otsutsuki is to go planet by planet and absorb all of the chakra from all of the life on that planet, and he specifically says this in reference to Naruto's world. People will say that this means that every single being on Earth has chakra. The problem is, as I pointed out earlier, chakra in Boruto specifically, and even on a planetary scale, weirdly in a more specific sense,
a new form of Rasengan that utilizes not only one's own chakra, but also the planet's rotation in orbit, plus the corresponding centrifugal and other forces. In addition to the damage that a standard Rasengan causes, it destroys the target's sense of balance, stability. Boruto refers to the planetary energy used for Rasengan for Uzuhiko as a planet's chakra. Okay, I remember reading this, and doesn't Boruto only say this as like an ironic thing because Code is trying to destroy the planet? So he says this is take back from the planet. I swear to God, bro. Let me be correct on that. I promise you. I don't know what fucking chapter it is though. When he does Uzuhiko, let me find that. No, that's Boruto. We need 2 blue vortex. Yeah, we're not reading Boruto tonight. Okay. Okay, good. So it should be one chapter beyond. Okay. Yeah, I think it is chapter 3, Shinny. All right, let me see what he's talking about. Special fantasy we're saying no. You seem real confident about this YouTube, so it's a shame that you can't hit me with it. I told you killing you is easiest. In fact, okay, yada yada yada. Section. What is this thing coiling around me? Cool. Let's see. He hits him. Or rather, it's the entire Earth. His attack makes use of a planetary spin. Planetary spin. I see. Nifty. You missed it. Yada yada. What is all this spinning? Okay. What did you do to me? Enjoy. Think of it as a biting counterattack from this planet that you were trying to destroy. From this planet, a Rasengan that incorporates a planet's chakra, its rotation. That's what Uzuhiko is. The power that is rushing through your body right now will never dissipate. Just like how a planet will never stop spinning. Rotation, the damage will continue. Was it? Let me make sure I'm not missing anything else. Okay, yeah. If that was everything. Oh, did I pass it again? Okay, yeah. Wait. Okay, yeah. If that was everything, how is this Boruto not being ironic? How is this Boruto not being ironic? What did you do to me? Enjoy. Think of it as a biting counterattack from this planet that you were trying to destroy. A Rasengan that incorporates a planet's chakra in planet's chakra. Its rotation. And then even that, a planet's chakra, its rotation. A planet's chakra, its rotation. That's what Uzuhiko is. Oh boy, man, oh man. Boruto refers to the planetary energy used for Uzuhiko as a planet's chakra. Why would that be in quotation marks? It's not like... Is he not being ironic when he says this? Do the quotation marks not point that out? Do they not make that a distinguishing thing? And where does this come from? What is this link? Boruto refers to the planet, but it is not the same as... Because this isn't from the manga or the novel. Where does this come from?
Is just used interchangeably with other kinds of energy. This might be talking about nature energy, as we know that nature energy exists in the atmosphere, the plants, the ground, etc. This might be talking about life force, which again, as I went over earlier, does seem to be something that's separate from just chakra. But to be honest, we're just reviewing older things that we've already provided likelihood for, and I haven't heard another...
So that's funny. Like his whole thing is set on providing more likelihood, providing more possibilities. I like shit that I can prove. Like when I say niggas can't use chakra without the chakra network, I can go to fucking panels and prove it, because we understand that the chakra network is what transports chakra throughout the body. We understand it works on a cellular level, so that means your chakra network is intertwined cellularly. We understand that Naruto's technique, the Rasen Shuriken, can destroy chakra on a cellular level, and that if he continued to use that technique, he can no longer use chakra in his hand. See, that's A, B, and fucking C. Can't really debate that. That's all manga shit. Ab-Stract didn't make up anything just now. He simply read the material and came to conclusions based off in canon manga material. On a lower level, right? When Naruto is in the tuning exams fighting Neji hits all of his chakra points. He can't manifest chakra. You know what Naruto doesn't do? He doesn't create a new pathway to channel energy. Why? Because the one he is born with and God-given cannot work. But But if we want to argue that the pathway can be created by itself or internally, or the user creates the pathway, why didn't he just create a new pathway? Why did shutting off his chakra points necessarily shut down his chakra flow for jutsu? Because mind you, I'm not like, it's fine. Mind you, Naruto still had chakra, right? It's not as if Neji halted and stopped all the chakra in his body. That's not what happened. That's not what happened. What he stopped was Naruto's ability to build up chakra and use it for jutsu purposes. Naruto can still move. He can still walk. He's not dead. So his cells, his mental energy, all that stuff, the things that like make him a person, the things that make him alive, that give him chakra as it's described by Sakura and Kakashi at that one part, he still has all those things. What he cannot do is move chakra throughout his body. That's what he can't do. So it's just very interesting how his whole thing is, I want to prove this more likely, or I want to prove this to be the case more. I don't like stances like that. I really don't. Either say it isn't the case until proven otherwise, or if you want to say it is the case, say this is what I believe, or this is how I'll be operating, something like that. Man.
There's a single mechanistic difference between the Infinite Tsukuyomi and regular Genjutsu. Some people may talk about the larger scale of it, but that's not a mechanistic difference. That's an output difference. At the end of the day, it fits perfectly with the mechanisms that apply to other Genjutsu. Again, the delivery mechanism, pathway to control, what it controls, etc., all line up with how standard Genjutsu works. So again, it would be special pleading to say it doesn't work without providing some sort of mechanical difference. And to be honest, no such difference exists provably, so nobody will be able to provide one in order to counter this argument. So, to put a bow on this, I think it's fairly clear which side I stand on. The only limitation you can truly put on Genjutsu is that the target needs to have a mind, as that's communicated several times.
So that's probably the biggest part of this video that disappointed me. He literally just jumps to, if you have mind, Genjutsu works. To hell with mechanism, to hell with the chakra network. He didn't actually stalemate it or debunk it. He pretty much gave the most basic interpretation of it. Didn't bring up the Sakon scan. Didn't bring up the Naruto scan of the Rasen Shuriken.
Establish that there are
I have to stick on that. I'm really disappointed in that part because I came here expecting to hear how we're going to get around the chakra network. I don't think he hit the mark on this one. Genjutsu equals mind equals it works is pretty much the argument for that. And then the roundabout conversation of, well, they have chakra, but colloquially they don't have it this way. Mind you, I use that word too. I use it specifically for chakra, but we're clearly saying two different things. You didn't even go into how souls and spirits use chakra. That's very interesting. Why didn't you bring any of that stuff up? Because that would prove that you're not molding physical energy together, would it not? If chakra is molded physical and spiritual energy together, your claim, not mine. If that's what it is, then spirits using chakra flies right in the face of that, no? Don Kato giving Tsunade chakra as a spirit flies right in the face of that, no? Okay. If chakra is physical and spiritual energy molded together, then Jirobo just being able to suck out and steal people's chakra involuntarily should go against that, right? Because the logical thing to do would be, if you're losing chakra, stop producing chakra. That'd be the logical thing to do. That'd be what a smart person would do until they can figure out how to get out of the situation. But Jirobo is able to steal their chakra indiscriminately. Yoroi is able to steal physical and spiritual energy indiscriminately, which, funnily enough, affects your chakra. Funny how that works, right? Stamina and chakra are 1-to-1. Very funny how that works.
Numerous Genjutsu that work outside of the mind, as they project real illusions in reality as opposed to attacking it directly, but even the ones which
Oh, Kai, that is a beautiful point. If you need a mind for chakra, how did the divine tree steal chakra from the planet? Unless we're saying the planet is all the inhabitants and not the actual planet itself. But no, because Amado says it sucks up the planet like a mosquito, everything dies and the planet dies and all this other stuff.
chakra into the target in order to assault the mind should work as well, as Infinite Tsukuyomi isn't mechanically different from standard Genjutsu, and Infinite Tsukuyomi works on beings without chakra, stamina, or chakra networks. Since all of those
That's a crazy statement to make, man.
limitations are removed, Genjutsu should work cross-verse, obviously assuming that the target has a mind, and barring the idea that the target possesses some level of illusion or mind hacks resistance. But that being said, that is the video. I feel like this is probably the most in-depth breakdown you guys are going to get on something like this, and I do feel really solid about the arguments. Hope this helps you guys out one way or another, and I would...
Oh boy, that was painful. I'm not gonna lie, that was painful. That was painful. I think he might have debunked himself around 3 to 4 times. Boy, oh boy. Man, how did y'all feel about that? That was crazy. All right. Let me read some of the comments because I know y'all was going off on that shit. You had to be. Dr. Strangle says, the Force and Ki in Dragon Ball are both energy everyone has in their verse, but do not know how to use. Thank you. Thank you. And what did Kishimoto say? He wanted chakra to be based off of those. That's hilarious. The fact that he actually used that is hilarious. Everyone has the Force. Facts. Everyone has the Force. Not everyone is Force sensitive. Everyone has chakra. Not everyone can mold chakra for jutsu purposes. It's similar to the Force. No, it's not. The Force is internalized to the people who can tap into it, unlike chakra. Right. I'm actually crashing. I've become one with my inner monkey. It just goes to show how untrustworthy Sage is. I don't even think so. Like, here's the thing about his whole argument. If you approach it from the standpoint of, I want this to work cross-verse, then sure, it's a good argument because you're excluding a lot of the things. So you're misinterpreting. So like, misinterpreting is a strong word. You left out a lot of scans that directly debunk you. The scans that you did use that debunk you, you misinterpreted. Jiraiya's scan, for example. He literally says everyone and all people. Don't know how you got ninja from that. That's crazy. The Naruto scan, you discredited Naruto for some reason, saying he's not a reliable source. Naruto's a grown goddamn man. He's a fucking Hokage of the village. Been using chakras since, his first episode in the series against Mizuki? I don't know how you did that, but whatever. You didn't bring up the Momo statement of him saying everyone's consciousness by nature is linked through chakra. For some reason, didn't bring that up. You didn't bring up the fact that people without bodies can use chakra. So therefore, you don't need physical and spiritual energy to mold chakra. You can just have spiritual energy and use chakra. That debunks the whole point of people not having chakra also, because if spirits have chakra without physical bodies, then you can use one aspect of chakra without necessarily having or using the other. Didn't bring that up. It's fine. We know. We get it. You didn't bring up the Sakon thing about him breaking down his proteins in order to mix and fuse with someone's body and how the chakra network is connected on a cellular level. Didn't bring that up. It's fine. We know why. Didn't bring up Tsunade talking to Yamato and Kakashi about how Naruto couldn't use the Rasen Shuriken anymore because the cells in his hands and the nerves in his hands were being destroyed by the armada of tiny swords that attacked the person. She saw the same results in him. Didn't bring that up. We know why. It's fine. And then a lot of your arguments were, well, if it's more likely the case that this is the case, then, and I don't really see a refutation, then this is the stronger position. Sorry, bro. That's not how it works. Even if you have a stronger position, I don't give a... Listen, I don't care. I want to know what is the case. How I don't like to present things that I'm going to be arguing for a fact for speculation. Unless we're saying, hey, this is a speculative debate we're having. We have to prove which one is more likely to be the case. Sure. But don't put out a video saying X this and this is the reason why if you don't actually have the facts, evidence, and things to actually back it up. See, my Genjutsu video used the chakra network, and everything in there proves that all chakra necessarily follows and flows through and goes through the chakra network. It actually proved that. Yes, it did. So when I say you need a chakra network, that's not me making shit up. That's not me having headcanon. That's me taking the series for what it is and what it shows. And mind you, That was an 8-minute video. I could have went much harder. I chose not to. I didn't even want to make that fucking video, honestly. My Genjutsu video, I didn't even want to make it. That was light. I left out shit on purpose. Believe me, I did. But yeah, what else? What else about your video, Sage, Mr. Sage? What else happened? The anatomical thing, very weird. So because Kakashi can turn his chakra into water, that suddenly somehow means Genjutsu activation? I don't understand that. I really don't understand it. It was literally A to B thing without anything in between to make that make sense for me. You said it, and then we just kind of had to accept it. It really didn't make sense to me. What else did you have in there that I can call off the top of my head? Yeah, you introduced the information of the cell. Like, you should have started with the cells and experience and mental energy being chakra. That's what you should have started with. I don't know why you chose to put that in the middle of the video. Likely to make your initial claim in the beginning stronger. You might have thought we forgot about that or introduced it later so it's somehow not a debunk. That's not how it works. The fact that we're told that first and then Ebisu's thing should tell us that Ebisu was talking about chakra in relation for jutsu and jutsu purposes. Chakra in relation to jutsu and jutsu purposes. Because if the cells are chakras and mental and physical and, mental and spiritual energy are chakras, then buddy oh pal, we've already established what it is. There's no need to redefine the wheel. There's no need to remake the wheel. We already know what it is. We already have our answer. And then everything after that either supports it in case of chakra colloquially speaking or in an archaic form of speaking. So if we start with Sakura's example of chakra being the cells and spiritual and mental energy, and then we get to what Jiraiya says and how everyone has a swirl pattern that tells them of their chakra. And then we even include what dumbass Ebisu says, which you all fucking misquote and misunderstand because you want it to be a certain way and it's not, right? We incorporate what he's saying and we say, okay, hold up. Well, Ebisu is talking to ninja. He's not talking to ordinary people. He's not talking to people that have to know this shit. So the most basic explanation for Ebisu and for Kishimoto to get his readers to understand is that when you're doing your jutsus and stuff, that is you creating chakra. Creating chakra. That's you making chakra. It would seem like a contradiction if we didn't already understand that you already have chakra resting by simply being an alive human being. It would almost seem like a contradiction if you're not putting all these things into context. That's what it would seem like. But if you string all the pieces together, it makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense as to why Shikamaru, Neji, Naruto, Kiba, and Choji would stop molding chakra. They can't not stop molding chakra, that is. They can't stop producing chakra. That's what it is. They can't stop producing mental energy. They can't. They have bodies, they have cells, they therefore have chakra. It was explained. That's what chakras are. Right? You're talking about the molding and the mixing of those chakras to become jutsu, sir. That's what you're talking about. When we get into the spirits, and I have to do a video on this actually. I will actually do a presentation on Naruto characters seeing ghosts and spirits because boy oh boy, that's crazy. When we get into the spirits, the very fact that people without physical bodies can use chakra flies right in the face of everyone not having chakra. Why? Because the requirements are having a body, physical energy, and mental energy. But if people are doing it without those things, well, hold up. That means you don't need one of those things to use chakra. Right or wrong? I think I'm right. I know I'm right. Yeah. When we get into Boruto, hold up. This wasn't supposed to be one of these nights. But Sage got me activated. I'm a priest who now exists as pure chakra. He's a priest who now exists as pure chakra. Huh. And he can impart chakra. Pure chakra can impart chakra without a physical body. Interesting. You are even more inept than Sasuke in creating chakra. Interesting. He's using hand signs, right? Guess what? If you're trying to teach a new subject to somebody or a new thing to somebody, and they don't, or like if they already have an understanding, if they already know the nomenclature, you can say words like create and not actually mean create. You can say words like create and actually mean mold, need, or form. I'm giving you the interpretation of what Ebisu is trying to get the fuck across. And Ebisu in the form of Kishimoto, actually. Because this is what we start with. We see this first, no? Or second, one of them. But the thing is, it doesn't really matter when this comes. It really doesn't. I'm saying he should have started with this because it's more of a foundational piece. But when this is introduced, actually doesn't matter. The fact that we're being told that chakras are, to put it simply, the energies that a shinobi requires. The energies that a shinobi requires. Those of the body, drawn from each and every of the 13 trillion cells, and those are the mental and spiritual energy. Those are the energies. Oh, look, hold up. Is he using chakra right now? That's a trick question. Yes, the fuck he is. Yes, he is. Is he using stamina right now? Yes, he is. Yes, he is. You know what he's not using right now? Hold up. What's he not using right now? Jutsu. Jutsu. Not using jutsu. First, in Sakura's case, when she initiates the technique, she is able to convert. Oh, in here we have a conversion going on. Oh, she can convert precisely 30% of her stamina, which is also chakra, by the way, just in a different fucking form. She can present 30% of her stamina into chakra. But hold up. Is he using chakra? Yes. And no, because it's a trick question. He is using chakra in the sense that he has all the components of chakra, mental energy, spiritual energy, a physical body, but he's not performing hand signs. He's not doing jutsu. This be that shit I'm talking about. Oh, look, hold up. Hold up. What's it say down here? Manipulating the chakras. Oh. In effect, all the arts and techniques of the shinobi are born of a combination of those two energies brought forth from the body and the spirit in what is called manipulating the chakras. Oh. Oh. So we can conclude that there is a resting state of chakra, which they really call stamina. And then there's an active use of chakra, which they colloquially refer to as jutsu, in the molding process, in the kneading process. And then when we go to what Jiraiya says, right? Hold up. Let's go to what Jiraiya says, because we can't discount that either. I have to make this clear. Where's Jiraiya? Where's my boy? Where are you at? Because it's necessary to mix energies in order to manipulate chakra. Oh, interesting. What would that tell us? If you put all this shit in context, what does that tell us? Because it's necessary to mix energies in order to manipulate chakra, we all unconsciously swirl those energies around ourselves. You know what this means? I'll tell you what this means. Kishimoto had a, oops, I might have fucked up moment. Let me put this in here to cover my own ass for something. Because he had something down the line. He likely had something down the line. Or He wanted to save the more in-depth explanation of how this works for now. That's what I suppose, at least, right? So we know from this panel right here that in order to manipulate chakra, the energies already have to be mixing. If we cross-reference that, knowing that information with this information, and we say, in effect, the arts of techniques of the shinobi are born of a combination of those two energies brought forth. Hold up. Oh my God, I can't zoom in, bro. I can't zoom in. Yeah, anyways, brought forth from the body and the spirit in what is called manipulating the chakras. Manipulating the chakras. We understand that it is a resting state, which Jiraiya just confirmed, and an active state that involves the manipulation of, the kneading of, the molding of, and then the actual execution of jutsu. We understand it. Let's go here. What's this? He didn't say that. He didn't bring up this panel. I've inherited the Otsutsuki will, and as per the Ishiki's late wishes, I'll cultivate a divine tree on this planet and procure its chakra fruit. Right. The divine tree devours all of the chakra existing on a planet. Unless you escape to another dimension, nearly everyone and everything will die. Nearly everyone and everything. So did Hagoromo, again, did he give chakra to animals? Did he give chakra to animals? Where's that stated at? We're not done. We have to go over that other one now. It's extremely interesting. So for the chakra network point, I don't know how you can even have that conversation without bringing up this panel. I genuinely don't know how you can have the chakra network conversation without bringing up this panel. It makes no sense at all to me. But he left it out. I'll explain. Like your veins that carry blood, the intercoil system is spread out throughout the body. You know what's interesting about blood vessels? It extends to everywhere. Your blood vessels extend to your eyes, to your heart, to your lungs, to your liver, to your spleen, to your spine. Blood vessels extend pretty much everywhere. They're in contact with all parts of your body. Like your veins that carry blood, the intercoil system is spread out throughout the body. They're like branches that carry chakra to all parts of the body. So it's like a chakra highway, yes. And the intercoil surrounds all the chakra-producing organs. You know what the organs are that produce chakra? You know what one of the organs are that produce chakra? The brain. How do we know this? How do we know this? Because people can actively use techniques that are connected to the eyes, which means they'd have to be sending chakra to that area. Yes, Kakashi's Sharingan can't turn off, right? Because it's not his eye, so I don't know why, but the function is he can't control it like that. But guess what? For Kakashi to execute a jutsu means he has to be sending chakra from his goddamn, well, no. Okay, you know, I'll stop that. Maybe he doesn't necessarily have to be sending it to his brain or from his brain to his eyes. Maybe it's coming from another part. Right, fine. But Ao, the nigga with the Byakugan, he can activate his Byakugan, which means he is actually, well, no, we don't know if they're sending chakra to their eyes either. So, you know what? I'll fall back on that one. But you see how I don't just make claims if I'm not too sure? I'll fall back on that one. Doesn't really affect anything. But yeah. What else did we have in here? What else did we have? I don't know if we need that one. So my scan says, because remember he was saying she was the first person to have chakra. My scan says she was the first human to use chakra. Isn't that interesting? This is why I tell you guys always have like two. This is exactly why I say find two or more, or if you can find two iterations of the same panel or, you know, thingy, have them on deck. Have them on deck. That's not to say mine is more correct or his is more incorrect or anything like that. But just to see how different interpretations change shit up. Mine says she was the first human to use chakra. First human to use chakra. Let me ask you something. If I'm the first human to use adrenaline, Does that mean I was the first human with adrenaline? That's not what that would mean. But that's what mine says. Very interesting. We already went over the swirl pattern. They're coming in fast. There must be a lot of them. I sense a great amount of chakra. Not all of them human either. Dogs, I think. When did Hagoromo give every dog of every dog breed on the planet chakra? When did he do that? Interesting. Sage Jutsu involves taking that internally generated chakra and adding it to nature energy from the outside, resulting in an even more powerful chakra. How did the toads know that? When they get chakra? Interesting. I mean, if Hagoromo spread it around, but Hagoromo's also a sage, presumably a toad sage, by the way. Even if he's not a toad fucking sage, he would have had to learn how to mix his chakra with nature energy. That's what he would have had to learn. Who would have taught him that if they didn't know how to do it themselves? Who would have been there to teach him how to mix his own internal chakra with nature's energy if he didn't know how to do it himself? Very interesting. Very interesting indeed. What's this one? I don't even know what this one is. All right, right before you're caught in Genjutsu, you must try the best to stop your chakra flow. While in Genjutsu, the chakra in your head. Oh, okay, cool. So I don't even need to prove that chakra is in your brain necessarily because we know there's chakra in your head. I think this is a panel that he even brought up. Chakra in your head, which actually would mean there's chakra in your brain because the brain is an organ, it has blood vessels. And chakra flows through that region and area. Very interesting. What else we got? Oh, look, another reference to chakras. I will seal your remaining chakras. There was an argument about that, if chakras were a thing. Oh, look, only chakras can grab on the chakras. That's common sense. See, I have these saved, guys, because someone was debating me or someone was saying that the word chakras isn't used like that. And I'm like, well, no. They talk about chakras. They do. They do. And yes, it's context related, but they definitely talk about it. Okay, cool. Let's go to what he skipped. Let's go to what he skipped real quick. What is the, not the Boruto. Where's my Naruto? Where's my Naruto stuff? Oh, okay. Okay. You know what? Why am I doing this? I know the chapter. I think I know the chapter. 84? No. 2. What is it? 213? 211? We're looking for Sakon in them. Oh, I'm nice. I'm nice as fuck. Hey, your boy know what he's doing, by the way. If you're just here, just tuning in, subscribe to the channel, like the video, share the video, guys. We cooking. All right. Where's Kiba? Kiba in his bum ass. All right, Kiba, you're making me look bad. You were supposed to be closer than this. Come on now. Shikamaru. All right. So. Come on, Kiba, you fraud. You embarrassed me in front of the friends. Okay. So he already stabbed himself. Great. Oh, did he already stab himself? Let me see. Yeah, he did stab himself. Okay. Okay, good. All right. Let's get to these two goofy goobers. Okay. Let's go here. My skill is assassination specialist. You need more than just a good nose and claws to defeat me. You can't overpower me. You know that the Kirakuke chakra network through which chakra flows. You know that the chakra network through which chakra flows is entwined deeply with each internal organ, don't you? And by the way, that automatically means chakra flows through the brain, because if the least statement wasn't enough, he says it's deeply entwined with each internal organ. My fault. Each internal organ. The brain is an internal organ. Yes, it is. But to go into a little bit more detail, the chakra network is also involved with systems that control the functioning of the organs. It's related to the cells themselves. It's related. The chakra network is related to the cells themselves, and even affects the protein, which is the building blocks of cells. The same thing that Naruto can destroy with the Rasen Shuriken, right? Interesting. So that stupid anatomical, subatomical, whatever fucking argument doesn't even work here, because the chakra network exists on that level. The fuck is we talking about? In second state, I can dissolve and reform those cells and proteins at will using chakra. So he can use chakra to dissolve his cells to that small point and take over someone's body. To put it simply, I break my body down into pieces and enter an enemy's body. Then I restore my body and come out. Very interesting. Very interesting. Let's go to the Naruto one. Why did we leave that out though? Why did we leave that out? Where's my Momo scan? No, we're not doing that. Where's my Momo scan? Y'all getting all this work tonight. Where's my Momo scan at? I don't think I have that one saved. Nope. Sure, I took shit out. Nope. Okay. I think the Momo scan is... I think that's in my other... Damn it. I think that's in my other joint. It's okay, though. We all know the Momo scan I'm talking about, right? Everyone's consciousness by nature is linked through chakra. Anyways. Let's go to Tsunade. She should be 361-ish. No. Before he gets Jugo in them. Okay. Now, I just don't know if this is before or after. Okay, cool. So she already talked to him. Good. Means it's a few chapters back. Why'd I do that? I could have just did one. Oh, wait, no. Oh, okay. It's a few forward. Okay, it's a few forward. All right, let's go 3. 1, 2, 3. Yes, if I remember, she talks to them midway through this fight or something like that. Here we go. His chakra network has been completely severed. It's hard to imagine, but it is so. Now, we know from Sakon and Ukon that the chakra network exists on a cellular level. Wind-style Rasen Shuriken, how very thorough. The effect is more like a poison than physical trauma. It damages on a cellular level. As attacks go, it's incredibly minute. I believe it shapes the wing chakra into a tiny armada of swords, right, and systematically attacks every cell in the body. The same cells that hold the chakra network together. I saw those same symptoms in Naruto's right hand, not as severe, granted, but the same. If Naruto, he'll altogether lose the ability to wield chakra. So how does this not necessitate having a chakra network? I need to hear the logic. I need to hear the logic. How does this see? And you know what the crazy shit is? You know what the crazy shit is? In my video, I outright say, hey, listen, guys, listen. This doesn't stop, negate, or go against chakra being able to coat or being fused in things, right? I wholeheartedly believe if Naruto lost the ability to wield chakra, meaning all of his fucking chakra, his whole chakra network was severed, I still believe people could coat him with chakra. I do. Yeah, I do. What I don't believe is that if they inserted chakra in him, it would flow, unless it was like just flowing in him, but not like connected to the actual circuits and network and stuff. Going back to my example of electricity, sure, right? You can flow electricity into any goddamn thing. That doesn't mean if you put it next to a TV, it's going to turn on the TV. If you put a lightning rod on a computer, it's going to turn on the computer. No, most likely it's going to short circuit the computer. It's going to arc or it's going to ground to something else. Just because energy is inserted doesn't mean a function is going to take place. Chakra is a specific function that has specific mechanisms that make it work. That is the chakra network. I'm sorry, I meant to say Genjutsu. Genjutsu is a specific function that works by traveling the chakra network and causing a function to take place. Or causing a reaction, I should say, to take place. That being chakra being inserted, traveling along those Kirikai system, hitting your brain, and then you getting into a Genjutsu. Your chakra is not moving throughout your body if you do not have Naruto versus anatomy. Your chakra is not moving throughout your body without the Naruto versus anatomy. All right, there was another argument that I wanted to bring up for this too. Not the Momo one. It was something else, something related to this. What was it, bro? He'll altogether lose the ability to wield chakra. It wasn't the Kidomaru thing. Oh yeah, that's right. I know what it was. I think I have it in my notes. Hold up. This one I don't know off the top of my head. 168. All right, where we at? I cut off his heart's chakra network. The chakra network he heals himself with from the power of the Nine Tails. What does this tell us? Well, that tells us that the chakra network, or there is a specific chakra network connection to Naruto's heart that is specifically used for healing. Could there be one specifically used for Genjutsu? If that was cut off, would one not be able to get into a Genjutsu? That's just a question. That's not even the main point. The point is, when we see the chakra network is affected, functions stop. This is cut off, healing stops. Now Tsunade has to physically pump his fucking heart by herself, and she's losing him. No, it's dark, so dark. Why is it so dark? My power. Mind you, I don't even think she saved him. I think this is just Naruto's will. This might be the life force shit he was talking about. And he brought up so many non sequiturs in that argument. There was so much he didn't need to bring up. A lot of it felt like red herring, honestly. Anyways, Kabuto cuts off his heart's chakra network. The chakra network he heals himself with from the power of the Nine Tails. That means that if that is gone, the Nine Tails can't send chakra anywhere fucking else to heal Naruto. Why? Makes no sense to me. Okay, cool. We're going to go over Anbu Leaf's thread probably tomorrow. We don't have enough time tonight. We're probably going to go over that tomorrow. Let me catch up on chats real quick. More philosophical. Oh my God. Yes. Again, Naruto is only convenient for him. A moment ago, he used Naruto as evidence. Now he says Naruto is invalid. She doesn't make it. There you go, too. That was crazy, too. Yeah. Sage, the author uses Naruto to tell the story. Naruto isn't going to be wrong about chakra being universal. Thank you. Kushina contradicts it. So his Kushina point. So here's the thing with the Kushina point. Or the Kushina's grandmother point. He already covered. So in his head, Shinigami, he covered his ass with that by saying chakra is different colloquially, and it can be used in these things can be it without it being the molded thing. And people were caught in the Infinite Tsukuyomi. They didn't have chakra because he's working under a premise that chakra must be molded with these two things. That's why he can say born with chakra means born with stamina. That's why he can say that. But if that's incorrect, which it is, we know he's wrong, which he is again. Because I've already proved it. You don't need to mold both of those things to have chakra. You can have chakra. You can use chakra with just one of those things. You can use chakra with just one of those things. Momo says every person's consciousness by nature is linked through chakra. That has nothing to do. That has nothing to do with molded energy. Nothing at all. And if you guys remember at the beginning of this, if you were here in the beginning of this video, I said this. I literally said this. There's enough information in Naruto to where a chakra scalar, because that's what Sage is at this point, where a chakra scalar can make an argument and it sound coherent and cohesive. It can sound like that. And that is like my greatest annoyance with the series. It can be argued either or simply because the interpretations are so goddamn loose and it's so hard to pin people down with facts. And then he's bringing up scans that directly debunk him, a weapon using chakra, but then it'll say people can't use chakra. But then if you understand that people all have chakra, you put it in the proper context. He didn't bring up Boruto using the weapon that just automatically turned on without him molding chakra. Why would he need to be molding chakra in that instance? You'd have to argue why he is. He's not. So it just turns on and absorbs his chakra. That goes against people needing to mold chakra. We have the Edo Kage doing the summoning jutsu. That takes chakra. No? Yeah? We have Obito, who has died, went to the Pure Lands, talked to Rin, come back, and give Kakashi his 6 paths chakra and actually transform his eyes. We have Don Kato, a spirit, using the spirit transformation jutsu, giving Tsunade chakra. So I like, man, oh man. It's actually crazy. It's actually crazy. I literally said this in the beginning. I have not watched this video except for today, which is why my reaction is so, my after reaction, I should say, is so like strong. But I had no idea he would do several of the things I just literally accused people of doing when scaling Naruto. He did several of them. He just, man, oh man. This is why I am one of the foremost experts on the Naruto power system. This is exactly why. All right, 15%. We still got time. I'm mobile. Zooming in is a pain, and that's a lot of small words. Yeah, and then his evidence was very small a lot of times. He didn't highlight, he didn't circle or draw attention to what it is we should be reading as the readers. He didn't do none of that stuff. I have no idea why. He's been doing this long enough to know he should actually be doing that stuff. I don't know why he did it. He didn't. So, and this is where John DeMaven's critique gets really good, because where the fuck were all these, where were these sources? Listen, I don't care if you're not sourcing the manga. I really could actually care less because I know I can find it within the manga. But if you're going to quote novels, if you're going to quote data books, if you're going to quote Weekly Shonen Jump bullshit, if you're going to quote all these secondary, non-primary, non-canon sources, because that's what they are really, especially when we get into how they came about. Because newsflash, Kishimoto doesn't write all the novels. Newsflash, they're written by other people. Yeah. which means it's other people's subjective work on his work. I don't even like that, to be honest with you guys. I don't like that. I think the only time that I've seriously I've never used the manga seriously for scaling. I've used it for lore purposes, for the Bleach video about the cosmology. But even then, everything I said can be backed up by the goddamn anime, because they already have the primeval waters in there. Man, oh man, bad shape. Did Sage of Clowns make any good points yet? If you're someone arguing for chakra working cross-verse and automatically assuming that you need the mold chakra in order to have it, he made extraordinary points. But if you're looking at it objectively, like, here's the thing. If you were to take all the evidence that I would present in the manga versus all the evidence that he would present in the manga, there's no way you would come out of this thinking that people need to have physical and spiritual energy to use chakra. You would never come out thinking that. I can directly disprove that. It's already been disproved by the series itself. So I don't actually need to do anything except for present the information. That's number one. You would number two or B, you wouldn't come out thinking that somehow people evolved to have a chakra network. Everyone on the planet. Everything on the planet. You wouldn't come out thinking that. Wouldn't make any sense. And then C of that B, or I guess 2 of that B, would be you would not come out thinking that the chakra network isn't integral to chakra movement in the body. I don't care how much you like it. I don't care how much you dislike it. Oh, well, Ab-Stract, you can still code chakra. I don't give a fuck if you don't like it. This series directly tells us your cells is what forms your chakra network. And if you're cut off from them, you cannot use or wield chakra. So I could care less about how you feel about it. That's what the series states. That's what the medical professional states. That's what the guy who can break his body down into proteins using chakra states. That's what they state. That's not me. So sure, if you were to put up our evidence together and he's using every source outside the manga, it might look bad. But if you just contextualize everything that is in the manga and everything that is argued and everything that is said and none of this other secondary bullshit, then it's not even close. It's not even close. It's not close at all. If you take every piece of information and thread it correctly, I'm talking about the Ebisu statement, I'm talking about the Sakura statement, I'm talking about the Kakashi statement, I'm talking about the Jiraiya statement, and you thread it correctly, you'll get to the conclusion that everyone has chakra. Everyone's always making chakra. You'll start to ask yourself, well, if everyone needs the mold chakra in order to make it, why did Naruto, Kiba, Shikamaru, and Neji continuously make chakra for Jirobo? Why did Sasuke allow Yoroi to steal his physical and spiritual? First off, how could Yoroi even do that if you need those energies combined to be chakra? How could he even do that? And then why would it affect chakra if those things aren't a one-to-one? Mind you, he didn't claim they're not a one-to-one. I'm presuming that because if they're not a one-to-one and you need these things to be made, because he called it a whole different energy, which would intimate to me that it's not a one-to-one actually. So maybe he doesn't think it is, but I won't put words in his mouth. It's fine. It's fine. I won't put words in his mouth. Life energy and genetic information. So chakra Kurio, right. The Otsutsuki go to planets to harvest chakra through chakra fruits. Did they come to Naruto's Earth to just fuck around? And then that doesn't make sense. They come there to harvest the chakra of the planets. There was already a tree there before Kaguya, because that's the fruit that she ate when she got there. Momo says every person's consciousness by nature is linked through chakra. And we want to argue if Hagoromo gave people fucking chakra. We still want to talk about Madara reading the goddamn poneglyphs. Unbelievable, actually. Like, listen, he literally copes with them not having mental and physical energy in the way Naruto as a universe describes it when he's trying to pretend that they didn't have mental energy. Yeah, so Luna Ursa, that might have been the craziest part. He literally sat there and said they don't have mental energy, they don't have physical energy, they don't have they don't have chakra, and I think at one point he said they don't have stamina too. It was very weird, but he actually made the claims that they don't have those things. That was crazy to me. Yeah, this entire section seems to be him making a super odd delineation for molded and unmolded chakra. Yeah. It's worse, Grid. He's deliberately trying to say they don't have mental and physical energy either, just to say a weird crossverse argument. Yeah, so, and again, that was crazy to me. I was like, huh? What? So they don't have bodies or minds, is what you're saying? They don't have bodies or minds. Okay. All right. Don't forget, general genetic information. Ishiki once coded to eat a chakra fruit on Earth to become an Otsutsuki. Kuribo. Just because it includes something else, this is the same argument he made. Oh, life force energy versus this energy versus chakra. I don't give a fuck. Just because it includes something else, are we going to suddenly forget that chakra is one of the things it includes? It can absorb life energy and chakra. Okay, does that defeat the argument that it absorbs chakra? Okay, cool, it absorbs life energy. Wouldn't they still have chakra? Okay, cool, it absorbs chakra. Wouldn't they still have life energy? It takes both. Okay, it takes both. Doesn't really do anything. But the divine tree feeds off of chakra in people, both in current Naruto and ancient past. Correct. How is the mind a byproduct of the body? Not relevant to the question. Not relevant to the equation. Yeah, no. So that was another one too. He said that since the mind can influence, control, or manipulate the body, that's wild. There is no mind there is no individual mind happening without the brain. Because you can go brain dead and not heart dead, right? We understand that. Your mind can be fucked up. You can lose connection to your mind via being brain dead, but not go heart dead, meaning that you're still alive. So no, the body comes first, and then the mind is a byproduct of having said body. Look at chapter 670. Let's do it. I don't think this one works. It does not. Thought so. Where is this place? Oh, is this? Yeah, is this? Yeah, okay. I am an anachronism. Over the passage of much time, culture, traditions, and emotions, ethics have brought about significant change. My name is Hagoromo. I am the founder of Ninja Creed. Why doesn't he say he's the founder of chakra, though? Like, if he spread chakra, why wouldn't he say he's the founder of chakra? Why wouldn't he say he's the founder of chakra and Ninja Creed? Oh, so you know of me. Of course I do. You're the one who first created ninjutsu, right? Newsflash, ninjutsu isn't... Let me be careful here, because someone will take that and misinterpret it. Someone will take that and misinterpret it. Ninshu, not ninjutsu. My ninja creed was something meant to birth hope. Birth hope. Do not confuse it with ninjutsu, which breeds conflict. In any case, yada, 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 yada. My mother Otsutsuki came to this land from years far away place in order to claim the fruit of the divine tree, the chakra fruit of that same divine tree. Oh, so she came here in order to claim the fruit of the divine tree, meaning that this was already here and she came here to get it. Which means people were already having the chakra taken when she got here. Kaguya consumed the fruit, gained power, and subdued this land. The divine tree, robbed of its chakra fruit, went on a rampage in an attempt to recover it. Even this saying the divine tree robbed of its chakra fruit, we understand that, like, when Kaguya says unite all chakra, is she just talking about all the chakra that she had at one time, or all the chakra on the planet at one time? Because here's the thing. There was never a point where all chakra was one. There was never a point that happened, because that would mean there were no humans on the earth. Because that would have literally meant that everyone is a white Zetsu and their chakra was stolen and given to the divine tree. That's the only way you could have all one chakra. That's the only way. I then named the younger brother Ashura, leader of the Guardian of Ninja Creed. Okay, cool. Even after their flesh perished, the chakra of the two honed continued. Oh, interesting. Interesting. So I like, man, oh man. I might have to save this image, actually. We'll save it. Even after their flesh perished, the chakra the two honed continued to reincarnate across time. Ashura has reincarnated as you. So Ashura's chakra has reincarnated as Naruto. Boy, oh boy. This dude literally is saying false shit. No one in Naruto has ever been both alive and not having stamina at the same time. You know, that was crazy. Like, so what if life force and stamina and chakra are different substances? They're all drained by the same jutsu. They're effectively synonymous. And see, that's the thing he's missing. That's what the thread that we're going to review breaks down in such a great way. We're going to be looking at Anbu EU's Stamina is Chakra thread tomorrow. Because my wife just got home, which means it's time to wrap up stream. I'm going to get to the bottom of chat, and then we'll end it here for tonight. Everyone has a chakra network. Hey, Ricker.
Hey.
How are you?
Tired.
Yee, bet.
I'm okay.
Want me to pack lunch?
Pack your own lunch?
Yours too?
I'm not working today.
Oh, yeah, tomorrow's Thursday. Okay, then. Yeah, I got it. Get to bed.
But I'm hungry. I wish I had a burger.
I wish you told me that you were hungry, that is.
But I'm not hungry.
Oh.
So I'm going to go to sleep.
You want to do it tomorrow?
What?
Groceries?
Of course, that's what she said.
Yeah, let's just make sure I didn't see you
Good night.
respond. All right.
Because my phone died.
Okay. Gotcha. Be there soon. Yeah. Chakra, stamina, spiritual energy, physical energy, they're all literally interchangeable in just different states of chakra at different times. This I agree with. I think you can make the argument that the chakra network is important if and only if you can just directly target the psyche without needing a network for it. Yeah, see, but he never proved you can target the psyche without the needing for it, though. That's the thing. How, like, I was expecting some more shit. I'm not going to lie. I was expecting... Never mind. It's fine. Because I don't want to give anyone any arguments. Mainly because I don't feel like arguing against them right now. I don't mind giving them, but because they're not valid anyway, but I don't feel like tangling with them right now. But I was expecting some deeper shit, to be honest. It's okay, though. I'm glad he didn't, because that just means he's not as read as I am on the series or something like that. Or maybe his interpretation is off. I'm not going to say as read. He probably knows Naruto more than I do, actually. Well, no. I'll say this. The fact that he uses extra material, well, he might... he knows the extra material more than me. I don't know about, like, just manga stuff. Maybe, yeah. Anyways, it's fine. Problem is, there's no chakra points in the brain. Oh, no. Problem is there is chakra points in the brain. Yes, correct. No one's arguing against that. Sage is cooking, says Karibo. The only one broke chakra isn't subatomic in nature. Yeah, he wants to talk about, he wanted to say ratty. That's ratty. That's ratty shit. Okay, cool. Kakashi changed, and I haven't even looked into it. Mind you, I haven't looked into this, so I'm taking it at face value. Kakashi changes his chakra to water. Okay, this now means he can manipulate chakra injected on a subatomic level inside somebody. I don't know how those two flow in his mind. I don't understand that. The chakra flowing through their cranial nerves, not in a pen, kunai, or metal block. That's another thing. They want to equate weapons and non-living things being coated with chakra, with it being injected or inserted into people that have chakra networks that actually distribute chakra within their own bodies. Very strange. Again, you can put a lightning rod to a TV, and it might go through the TV. It might course through it, but that doesn't mean a function of turning on the TV will take place. It's not subatomic, but it's still a pretty cool ability. Okay. There's the possibility that Genjutsu requires fine control just to accomplish. It would imply the need of a network because delicate manipulation of the senses without blowing someone up. Correct. We see chakra by it being injection in XYZ. That's not Genjutsu, though. Exactly. That too. Just because you're inserting chakra in something, Genjutsu is not happening. Those are two different functions and applications. Kakashi coding his weapon is to enhance its durability, its AP, all that other stuff. Let me take that back. AP, because in Naruto I don't believe they're mutually inclusive. Let me take that back. Chakra injected into the item, okay, but are those items under Genjutsu? Thank you, Michael. Because the nerves in Naruto's hand would be cut and thus preventing him from using the Rasen Shuriken. Thank you, Kai. Come on, Sage, your evolution part. Get to there. Manipulating the chakra in the cranial nerves, that's how Genjutsu works, says Kino. Correct. Karibo says Kakashi already has Kamui to counter infinity. Subatomic water bending is pretty sick, though. That's hilarious. Ursa says, it's stated that you need fine chakra control to do Genjutsu. Keep in mind, you're hacking their senses, not controlling the matter in their head. Correct. Correct again. Say it with a straight face. Kai says, if Kakashi using the water dragon jutsu, does the water dragon get wet from itself? That's a hilarious question. Is water wet? Grid says, meh, I'd like to think his case for chakra insertion makes sense. Oh, wait, meh. I think his case for chakra insertion makes sense. What was his case for chakra insertion? See, now, here's the thing. I've never been against you being able to insert chakra. What I'm saying is the flowing, how we think of, if we, because the electrical circuit makes this the best example, right? You can inject electricity into pretty much anything. It's raw energy at the end of the day. You can inject it in anything. That does not mean a function is going to take place, right? Him saying you can put chakra in this, so therefore it can be put in a human, doesn't mean jack shit. It means nothing. Because the chakra network is what defines how that energy is moved, what functions take place, like, I don't know, healing, or functions such as, I don't know, your curse mark, because that's directly related to your chakra network. The minute Neji shut down Kidomaru's chakra network, he can no longer channel chakra to his curse mark or channel chakra from his curse mark. This is why I have Hinata beating Sakura. If Hinata blocks off all Sakura's chakra points, the Byakugo seal isn't doing jack shit because it can't course throughout her body. Oh, well, the Byakugo seal doesn't use the chakra network. It doesn't say that. Listen, get beyond a fucking 5th grade reading comprehension class and then come back to me and have this conversation. Because not everything needs to say it needs to have the chakra network if it's already established that this is how chakra moves throughout the body. It doesn't need to say it. It's already established this is how it does it. All right, my laptop's about to die too, guys. All right, 9%. All right, let me catch up, bro. I must have missed something. How is chakra subatomic? Chakra can rip through space for teleportation. Being subatomic isn't that shocking. I thought it was confirmed the flying Raijin is a reverse summoning. It is. We didn't have the concept of subconscious until 1900s. I guess, according to Sage, though, it's ratty if you argue it like that, and it didn't exist. So, you know. Wouldn't any... I already read that. Okay, cool. Madam is misinformed and doesn't have any proper understanding of the Otsutsuki mission. Momo's statement about Otsutsuki harvesting chakra from planets takes precedent over this level of speculation. Thank you, bro. Like, why? Like, very interesting. He didn't want to bring up the Momo scan about chakra being linked. And he also glossed over code saying that travel to planet harvesting chakra fruits. He glossed over that like it wasn't important. That's crazy. Because the Otsutsuki have been traveling the planets for eons, taking chakra. Naruto saying it's a binding force. See, what did I say in my video? I said, anyone like going against the grain on this is either still stuck in Naruto or is something about, what did I say? They're either still stuck on what Madara said as far as like Hagoromo spreading chakra, or they're coping in the face of a story's progression or retcons. They're coping in the face of a story's progression or retcons. Right? Excuse me. Boy, oh boy. That was almost nasty and it was almost on cam. That was about to be funny though. Anyways. Yeah. He's unironically doing both, which is hilarious because he's using old, outdated information and material such as Madara and Hagoromo, which Hagoromo never states that. Madara was never around for it. I don't know where he got this shit from. Did Madara tell him that he spread chakra? Like, I'm sorry, did Hagoromo tell Madara that he spread chakra? I have no idea where he's getting this stuff from. Stimuli don't always induce evolution. It depends entirely on the right combination of environment and genetics. Thank you, Michael. Exactly. And then he didn't give us the actual study for that, number one. We have no idea how long it took these sharks to do it, number two. And then what species of great white was this? Or what section of great white was, like, there's so many qualifiers that he didn't actually qualify. Not even verse equalization doesn't cover this. If Hagoromo gave chakra like candy, the humans evolved to gain a chakra network. That means chakra network, which is needed for Genjutsu. See, but remember Shinigami. He's covering his ass with that by saying the Infinite Tsukuyomi is the reason that they don't need the network because they still got their chakra stolen. I get where you're coming from, but his whole premise starts with, number one, chakra being a molded thing, meaning something you have to create intentionally. So that means anyone affected by that technique is under the Genjutsu, regardless of whether or not they mold the chakra. And then the whole Genjutsu just somehow bypasses everything and just works because it works. So it's a tautology, right? Genjutsu works because Genjutsu works, is what he's saying. That was his whole argument with the it affecting your mind. It affects your mind, so therefore it skips every other process. It doesn't have to interact with you, which we've never seen before. We've actually never seen that. Every person that Genjutsu has worked on has been in a physical body, which means it's traversed their chakra network. So I don't know where he even got that from. That was crazy. That's probably what happened. Cool. I'm not convinced. That means literally Genjutsu is exclusive to Naruto. I find the idea of Hagoromo going around and handing out chakra to random dogs to be hilarious, though. Isn't it funny? Like, he met the toad, he met the snake, he met the dog, he met the frog, he met the snail. Here, guys, here's the chakra. Take the chakra, take the chakra. Never mind that we're sages and we taught you how to be a sage. So we taught that means we taught you how to mix chakra because we can't teach you some shit we don't know about. So we obviously must have had chakra mixing ourselves, but we taught you how to mix chakra. Ain't that interesting? He's a sage, right? Sage means one who's become one with nature energy, right? So cool. Even if it wasn't the toads, someone taught his ass how to make chakra. Someone taught his ass how to mix chakra with nature's energy. Guess what? Guess who it was? Chakra beings. We got Pac Miller. What's good, Pac? I didn't even see you join, bro. Come on, Ab-Stract. This has to negate his whole ass argument. Onuki died at age 110, 120. By end of Naruto, village system is just a bit older, America, but we don't have set time for things Hagoromo or Kaguya did. We know it couldn't have been more. We know it couldn't have been more than like 500 years. I think we can say that. At least for Zetsu. At least for Zetsu. The way he was telling his story, he didn't go through that many generations. Sage contradicted everything. Genjutsu is now stuck exclusively in Naruto. It doesn't matter what Zetsu altered. Madara's idea of the Otsutsuki and Otsutsuki mission is objectively wrong. That's correct too. That's correct too. He's just wrong about the Otsutsuki's goal, what they wanted to do. He's just wrong about everything as far as that goes. I can't with this. You guys are on Godspeed and best of luck. Appreciate you, Michael. Take it easy, bro. All right, let me scroll down a little bit more, a little bit faster. Shout out to Majestic joining the stream. We got Max in the building. What's good, Max? I didn't even see you, bro. Genjutsu doesn't even have implication on working on regular people crossverse because it has feats working only on those who have chakra system. If it had worked on spirits in Naruto, then it could work crossverse. Yeah, I think so. See, it's interesting because even if like the arguments for it working on spirits are that it worked on Kurama and it worked on Orochimaru, but the Sasuke one is interesting because Orochimaru is trying to take over Sasuke's soul, right? Which means they're in Sasuke's body. And Sasuke is the one who enters his own mindscape through his own chakra. So that doesn't really work. He's not under Genjutsu. And then we also understand that battles within your mindscape are not battles in the external world. So Sasuke doing a Genjutsu in his thing is not really the same thing as him Genjutsuing a soul. Unless you believe Naruto in just Sage mode is somehow relative to the full Nine Tails, the same Nine Tails that broke out of Chibaku Tensei that he couldn't break out of, that in case in form he concedes is weaker than, unless you somehow believe that, then no. Sasuke doing a Genjutsu within his mindscape is not the same thing as him Genjutsuing a soul. They're not the same thing. Just like how Minato battling the Nine Tails within Kushina's mindscape, soulscape, chakrascape is not the same thing as him battling the Nine Tails in real life. Mind you, just before that, a couple chapters, he literally runs from the 4 into 5 tails, but he's fighting the fucking Nine Tails. Stop it. It's not real. It's not happening. All that shit is mindscape stuff. Now, when it comes to the tailed beast getting influenced by Sharingan Genjutsu, here's what we have to understand and here's what we have to realize. The tailed beasts are directly connected to the Jinchuriki, right? We've seen this 3 times now, actually, or twice technically, without the example being Genjutsu. We've seen it with Neji in Naruto, when Naruto has his chakra sealed by Neji. Kurama can influence his chakra system and give him chakra through himself, through Kurama. That's one. We see Himawari is able to hit Naruto's chakra points and that affect Kurama. Interesting. So physically hurting Naruto affects Kurama now? She hit his chakra points and Kurama got affected by that. Interesting. Now you could argue it didn't affect Neji because he was sealed then, in that like the seal was like maybe blocking it off, but we don't know. But we do know it affected Himawari. We do know Himawari affected the Nine Tails. So any argument of, oh well, he used chakra, he used Genjutsu on Nine Tails while he was inside of Naruto. I mean, here's the thing: the chakra network has been shown to be linked and shared between them, so it still follows the rules of the chakra network. Funnily enough, it still follows the rules of the chakra network. But if it never had, okay. He was a puppet, but can chakra make fishy fry Ab-Stract? No. Swirl and Mix are not the same. You acknowledged that before. I didn't acknowledge a damn thing, Kariba. I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about, buddy boy. I did say to swirl is to mix. To swirl is to mix. What are you talking about? If two things swirl together, they are necessarily mixing together. If they swirl long enough, if they swirl hard enough, they are mixing together. Yes, they are. And guess what? And this is why I hate people, bro. Not you, Karibo. But you are a representation right now of what I hate. But I don't hate you, of course. I fuck with you, right? But this is why I hate people. You'll say Ab-Stract, to swirl isn't to mix, but then we'll see the goddamn diagram of him talking about mixing and see those energies mixing in the chakra becoming that. Ab-Stract, to swirl isn't to mix. I'm sorry. The diagram shows two energies swirling and mixing. I hate human beings, bro. I really do hate human beings. Ignorant. The sage training even clarified that the mixing of standard chakra is manual. No, it didn't. No, it did not. All that was saying was that when you go to mix chakra, when you go to mold chakra for jutsu, you also have to incorporate nature's energy. That's all it was saying. It wasn't... Karibo, when you have a chakra, you have a quantity of the stuff passively made. That's too small to use jutsu with. I don't know why he has to be told that, Luna Ursa. I don't know why. Yeah, anyway, time to sleep. Take it easy, Shinigami. Yeah, the swirling is passive. The toes that train Jiraiya said the mixing is manual. Oh my god. Yes, the mixing for jutsu is manual. That's correct. The molding, the processing, the mixing for jutsu is manual. Yes, it is. Because you're not gonna naturally have the chakra within you to just do a technique. It has to be processed. It has to mold and be kneaded and all these other things. What's my life at? Hold up. 5%. All right, we're on 5%, y'all. Hold up. We're almost done. Let me just scroll down. I'm gonna have to get to all these chats later. You guys, let me say something. And some Boruto fans really think Shiba negs Yuha. You know, that's crazy. Hey, take it easy, Grid. We got John DeMaven back in the chat. What's good, bro? None of that is evidence. It's apologetics. Here it is what accepted. Now, here's another interpretation. Here are all the debunks I can think of to debunks to that interpretation. I debunked. Hey, yo. He doesn't understand the difference between a hypothesis and researching that hypothesis. Then has the audacity to yell at others to go take a philosophy 101 class if they disagree. Yeah, that's crazy. Ab-Stract yada yada the evidence I wanted him to read. Oh, my bad, bro. My bad. I have to because there's so much to read. And most of the stuff, bro, it's like, it's common knowledge over here, bro. So, yeah. He used the yada yada razor. Next up, the yada yada mirror. That's fire, John. Many people have claimed that corgis are dogs. Another interpretation is that they are cats. Factually, they are short, fuzzy, quadrupedal mammals. All characteristics of cats. Okay, yeah. All right, guys, I'm going to end it here. I can't wait to play this back and read some of these comments. That's going to be fun. Oh, John says, well, not necessarily. You can swirl water and oil around all day. No. Listen. That's why I said, John. That's why I said, bro, even if you want to say that, how are you going to deny the outright diagram that talks about things mixing? Because I understand that. That's the first example that popped into my mind. Oil and water. Sure, cool. You can swirl those together and they won't mix. Fine. But when you have two substances that are visually being shown to swirl together and become something new, I think we can take the statement at face value. I think we can say these two things that swirled mixed together and became this. Or, I'm sorry, we're already that, but became this in, But yeah. Reactive/compatible. Ice cream swirl is in a blend. That shows two independent swirls before they mix. Your option, can you make a big 3 cosmology scaling? Ugh, no, I'm not gonna lie. Cosmology videos are so taxing, bro. Those things are tiring. It's too much work. But in my opinion, you're right about chakra overall. Okay, got you, bro, got you. Even though I don't think Naruto/One Piece have cosmology, not gonna lie. You don't think they have cosmology? That's kind of crazy. I think they have cosmology. I just don't I don't think they're as explored as Bleach is so far. But all right, guys, it's 10:02. Let me get out of here. We're going to be reviewing the other thread, hopefully tomorrow. But right now, my computer is about to die. You guys take it easy. That was a funny video.